Welcome to World Leaders Summit 2023. Welcome to World Leaders Summit 2023. Welcome to World Leaders Summit 2023. We'll go live very soon. Give us some moment. Our timing starts in next 10 minutes. Before we go live, I'll be more than happy to tell and discuss what is World Leaders Summit as well as how we make things happen. We'll go live very soon. Give us some moment. Our timing starts in hope everything and everyone will enjoy the summit. Looking forward for the same. I'm sure that the live session is on. There are people who are joining one by one. You can see them. We have our first speaker in the line, and then definitely I'm sure that the live session explain things. 1, 2, 3, go. Welcome to World Leaders Summit 2023. So it's been 4 years that we are running World Leaders Summit. It started during pandemic with a bang of approximate 90 plus countries coming together with 120 plus speakers. The concept of starting World Leaders Summit was pretty simple: bringing good vibration, bringing change makers, policy makers, entrepreneurs, professors, university veterans, and definitely the industry change makers into a common platform. And then realize that we need a greater network to do amazing things. So I'm your host. I'm the founder and chairman of World Leaders Summit. Regarding my background, I'm a entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur. I started India as one of the first game development studio called Virtual Infocom in 1998. Eventually created multiple number of virtual reality game and augmented reality solution for our clients, created several animated videos, multiple games, and artificial intelligence solution. I'm a coder as well as an animator, and of course, dwelling into the financial world. Sit as a board of advisor into several different universities and multiple number of companies and startups. I help startups to grow. I love helping people, love meeting with people, and love handshaking with them for a greater goodness. Regarding me, I traveled more than 40 plus countries in my life for business, for just for travel purpose, and definitely try to create a vibration in this normal world. Coming from a Sanskrit background, I felt that there is a big need of bringing things together. Hence, we floated our own accelerator called Co-Innovate Ventures, where you can see the logo in the backdrop. You can see Virtual Infocom as well as Co-Innovate Ventures. Co-Innovate Ventures is actually a business accelerator wherein anybody can apply who needs a business growth and scale up. We help them with market connect, business plan creation, pitch deck, one pager, as well as raising capital for them. We have several different banks as our partners. And then eventually we felt that we should have multiple number of people who can come and share their experience, how they started their own business. So I run a podcast called Riding Tiger with Arijit. Along with that, definitely we run this amazing summit yearly called World Leaders Summit. So this year, what is going to happen? This year, we will be having this online session on 2nd of December, and then eventually we'll be continuing that sector in Dubai on December 9th. So stay tuned for December 9th. for the physical in-person meeting in Dubai itself, which is happening in SP Jain University campus. Along with that, we will be doing this online summit, which is 2nd December, 3rd December, and eventually we'll go towards 7th of December. All the dates are full, and we can see several different speakers are already joining from various different countries. We are already live. So without a delay, I'll be requesting our first speaker, Constantino, if you are there, if you can kindly turn on your video and your microphone, we'll be more than happy to have you as a speaker for the first day of World Leaders Summit. Hope you're doing good.
Yeah, I'm fine. I got a cold actually, so my voice is a little bit weird. So I hope that not interfere to my performance, but it's okay. And I'm happy. I'm very happy to be here in this conference.
Great, super. So I will give this mic to you as well as video to you regarding your subject. You have applied for the same. So we are eager to hear you. This is live happening. We usually pick up questions from our live sessions and of course within the chat if there is any. So after your speech, my people are there already in this group, so they can pick up the questions and we can actually shoot it to you. Over to you, Constantino. And after that, we'll be having an amazing speaker from Korea. He's already there with us as well. Please.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. Let me know if you see my screen.
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. So I will start really fast by saying that today, if a girl wants to study and lives in Australia and wants to be a creative director in a luxury business, needs to study for fashion in 4 years, and then she needs to relocate in the countries, in the cities that those luxury brands headquarters are there, and then she needs to send hundreds of CVs in order to land her first job, and then her first job, as everyone knows, is to be an intern for 6 months carrying coffees for her boss, or more than 6 months. So this is what we hear. We heard that story and we said that this is something normal. And statistics says that the 65% of the people that they do this, they will fail, they will give up in the first year. And the 34%, they will land a job outside of the ecosystem as a journalist in fashion or something like that. And only the 1% will succeed. And the whole process that we call normal today, it will take 15 years to be happen. And that is normal, but not for us, not for netizens, because we have case study and we work on that on a 15 years old girl for Argentine. She studied last year 3 months course of digital fashion. She landed a business, she created a business of 300,000 customers, selling 1,000 items per day, and having a sustainable business with $25,000 monthly revenues. And all those things happen in 1.5 years. And that is not fiction story. This is our story. This is what we do actually daily, what we call enabling the impossible and disruption of everything. Because we disrupt time, we disrupt space, we disrupt the business process, the business model as we know it, and we create a new reality. And this new reality is in the metaverse today, and that girl sells and create digital fashion for selling for avatars. I'm Constantino Rosselli. I'm a best-selling author, entrepreneur, storyteller, and futurist. Recently, I've been in the top 50 thought leaders worldwide about the metaverse and avatar economy, and I'm a founder and CEO of The Netizens. And together with my helper, my assistant Orin, we will guide you to how avatar economy will transform us to citizens, to netizens. In 2022, the biggest question was, what is the metaverse? That was a great hype. But in 2023, that question changed about how we use metaverse in order to do marketing. Assuming all of those people that they knew about what is metaverse. A fun fact about the metaverse is that the 95% of the people that they talk about the metaverse, they never visited. And this is statistic, and this is very sad. Actually, what is the metaverse? And if we take the Wikipedia, then we will see this more or less definition that says that the metaverse is a 3D virtual space that people can interact, playing games, and exchange digital assets, and living a 3D experience using avatars. Well, if I took only what it cares, what it matters, what it points out is that a 3D virtual space, digital assets, using avatars. For me, this is a form of business, a complete business. It's about a marketplace, it's about a product, and it's about the consumers. And for the first time in mankind's history, in human history, the metaverse is not for us, it's for them. So it's completely different. So everything that you know, all the definitions that you know about reality, about selling, about how we use the metaverse, how we use AI, how we use this to do that, is completely out of reality. Here are the avatars that we speak about, and I give you only four of them of the 30 that I have until now. So that means, if you make the calculation, that means that one person can have more than one avatar ready to be a consumer. So we speak about an infinite market and an infinite opportunity to build a sustainable world. I will explain to you further. The avatars we speak about has their own personality. For example, if you take Emily here, she has those katana swords. And the reason that she has this is because she's the assistant of everyone who wants to enter in our metaverse platform. And she's a guru, so he's a ninja in terms of technology and everything. And then I have Orin, who is more loud, pink, and really funny girl, and very affirmative. And because she's a marketeer, she's a head of community, and she wants to go out there and makes things happen and connect with people. So we speak about personalities instead of just avatars that looks alike like us, which is completely wrong, because we don't want to build, to recreate our physical reality inside of the metaverse. We have an opportunity to build a new world, and by doing this, by recreate the physical reality, we completely lost that opportunity. So welcome to the avatar economy, and I will guide you through some statistics that I know that you like the numbers. So we have 3 billion gamers until now, more or less. It's more, but let's say that we have 3 billion gamers till the time that I create this presentation. And they spent in 2022, $200 billion. And they say, statistics also always, that they will spend until 2026, $321 billion. Take that business under consideration, because we speak about a huge business and you realize it. But what is important is not only how big is the business, but the $50 billion that they spent in 2022, they spent for fashion items. And here it comes more interest by saying that those fashion items are irrelevant with the plot of the story, of the game. So even if they bought it or even know, then it was the same. They didn't have any interfere with what they do. So why they spend so much money in order to dress their avatars? This is the question that we have, because they are thinking, all those generations, the new generations, they are thinking the same way that we think when we go out to buy things. And we speak about, in the games, we speak about the 40% of Generation Z, but the 60% is Generation Alpha. So the 60% are customers already of a Generation Alpha, that they are right now, they are 10 years old. And the people, they come to me and they say, how they find the money? And they said they have parents that they buy for them. I have a daughter of 10 years old. I know this very well. So Another fact is that the gaming industry right now is bigger in revenues than movies industry and music industry together. So we speak about a huge industry. I mean, it's really huge. That's it. So what do games industry has that the others industry they don't? So what is the difference that we face right now? Why the gamers they love so much their industry to spend so much money? And the answer is freedom. What is freedom in the metaverse and in the game industry is that there is no gravity, which means that they can go inside of a new reality, creating things without having the physical limitation rules. They have diversity. They can be anyone they want to be. And they live an adventure without being harmed. That means that they are immortals. Okay? So if you play Fortnite, you realize what I mean. And we speak about fully sustainability or 97% sustainability because the 3% goes to energy. And which is also bigger than any other industry. Whatever you do in physical world about sustainability, you never reach the 97%. And inclusivity, it's approachable from anywhere to anyone. So we speak about totally freedom. And how we go from games to metaverse in terms to change the whole reality. So we go because Generation Z has something new to say to us, which is when Generation Z create avatars, they take self-expression like fashion for Generation X and Millennials. So that means that Generation Z takes the same satisfaction to building their avatars as we took when we go out there and buy an outfit in order to go to a gala or to go in a wedding or everywhere else. And the 59% of them, they're seeking a job inside the metaverse, not something that has to do with metaverse, but inside, because imagine all those people that they have so much creativity and they create and they study right now 3D, digital things or whatever. Where they consume that? For advertisings out there or for your internet website? No, they want to do it inside the metaverse. There that we don't see it because we are watching only social media. The 79% will buy something if it exists in digital too. So if your business doesn't create something that is exists also in the digital world, then you're out of business soon. And those people, they are 50% of the customers out there. So Generation Z have different goals from us. So how we started, okay? So the Generation Z have different goals from us. They don't have the same goals because they reflect their era. What happens in their era that they didn't happen to us? We had a war that we need to survive or to create nation's power or things like that. But those people, they have to face a new reality, which is climate change. They have to take decisions very fast. Otherwise, their environment is not exist. They have a recession, they live a recession, and they don't trust anymore our financial system. And more on this, they can see the fraud behind of that. And then they face the pandemic. They know that they are vulnerable. They know that the system, the medical system, the science that we build is not 100% so accurate as we believe. So they have a clock that's ticking and they need to take decisions very fast. We used to be hunters. We speak about evolution. As a hunters, we had a goal to survive every day. So we hunt. And then we learn how to cultivate the earth. And then we create societies around these farms that we build. We learn things, so our goals are changed. And then industrial revolution came, and they built a factory, and then the assembly line. And because of that, we built our cities around the factory, our lives around the factory, and we called ourselves citizens, creating an industrial culture. And now it's the time to move forward, in time for a new evolution, finding a new revolution. It's time to become netizens, which means valuable nodes on infinite human networks represented by AI multi-personality avatars, which means that right now the power goes to people. It's not anymore about big organizations or institutions or centralize everything. Our solutions based on those organizations will never have any effect, any real effect. We just contain what is exist and create a different wrap selling same crap. So right now, the new people that they will create the netizens society. And what they want full immersive experience. They want to be present of everything that happened, not just to watch it in a screen. And they want to get emotions instead just to buy products. They want to have an experience inside connecting with people, real emotions. And then they need a sustainable environment. They need sustainability. And when we speak about environment, we don't speak about only nature, but we speak also about financial environment and we speak about social environment. So from hunters, farmers, then citizens, now netizens. It's time to the new revolution. It's not the time to have an industrial revolution number 4 because we don't sell any more iPhones and we have the new edition or the new version. We need to stop saying that because we keep something that is already rotten and dead. And what is dead is the Rubik's Cube, which is symbolized for me the industrial culture. So the Rubik's Cube here is everybody's thinking that, it's a Rubik's Cube that is unsolved because we have in our mind that this is a solution and is this one accepted solution because dictated by its creator. There is no creativity on that. There is no nothing. Only if we melt the Rubik's Cube, then we will understand that how important is to mix the colors to create something new. And how we start thinking that because what we have to change is in our mentality in order to cope with and to thrive and to evolve with a new technology that came really fast. We speak about industrial culture to metaverse culture, from citizens to netizens. In the industrial culture, we think with a repeated circling life. Everything starts again, finishing in the same spot that they started. Now, in the metaverse culture, we have a vortex symbol. I mean, we do circles in a helicopter way, and we're moving at the same time in front to the uncertainty. So we embrace that uncertainty, we embrace our vulnerability, we embrace the imperfection that we have. And then in industrial culture, we have the reality that is only physical. This is the only acceptable reality. This is why we said IRL, in real life, which is completely wrong because real life is also imagination that is not real. The books that you read, the characters that you have in the heroes that you love, and everything that changed your life without even understand how this happened. In metaverse culture, reality for us is everything that affects us, everything that is work on us and to others and interconnect and make us do something. In industrial culture, we had the how-to. So we always ask the map. Think about Lego. They give us a map to create something and they believe that this is real creative. No, it's not, it's stupid. The blue for the boys, the pink for the girls. That wasn't before of 60s or 50s like that. We have this because it works for us in order to consume more products. We need to change our mentality to what if. What if we change this? What if we embrace a different style, a different form of colors in Rubik's Cube? What our life is completely different. What if we combine things together and just explore, observe, and discover something new that maybe it works and maybe it not works, but who cares? The thing is that we should explore new things. And we have organizations and centralized governments. In Metaverse, we don't have that. Because of the blockchain, we have the opportunity to create transparent worlds, to give the power to the community to vote, to participate, really active, and decentralize everything. And then what happened in industrial culture, it was a broadcast. Even if we have social media, we broadcast out there. We post pictures and we say, here, this consume that for me. This is the content. In Metaverse, we have experience. What that means, that we live together, we co-create. We don't care about borders, we don't care about anything, origins or whatever. Demographics are dead. We care about the experience we have together, and we have to learn how to measure this experience in order to give more and try for everything more. So the world doesn't have the luxury to wait, so we don't have that luxury too, and we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the beautiful and lovely speech. I can completely relate to it and connect to it. Have been creating several different avatars for last, I think, more than 15 years now. I'll be showing you guys something which may connect with my friends' discussion as well. This is the kind of work that we started back in 2006, hiring real actor and models and then converting them into a 3D character. That time, metaverse word didn't exist. Even the metahuman word was not there. And then eventually we grew into a segment that we actually took India's first superhero as the same character from the TV to the 3D gaming character. Eventually, we entered into movies. We converted all the movie stars, made our own game universe, sequentially went towards perfection that your gaming avatar can have a real life presence, just like this. Like you connect the 3D avatar into real life, which my good friend was actually sharing in his presentation. But this is not my day. This is not my presentation. But yes, completely relate to it and claps to you that you are doing this. We need more and more people who can come up and bring this ecosystem thriving. And I know that if you look at South Korea, they have their own avatars. They have their own metaverse wherein they love to communicate with their avatar with another person. Now, that's the kind of culture that I have seen in South Korea when I traveled last time over there and have been discussing these opportunity if we can do that in Europe and a couple of different parts of the world as well. And talking about South Korea, we have our next speaker coming directly from Korea. If you are there, please kindly turn on your microphone. I can see that you are there. Yeah. He's coming from a very deep background of SAP, a great technologist and amazing gentleman. So I'm not going to take a lot of time due to time constraint. I'll leave the mic to the next speaker. Please stay with us because we are getting questions. I think I'll be asking the question after 2 to 3 speakers. It is happening in live, so it's a bit of difficult to grab their question and pull it up.
All right.
Over to you, please.
Can you hear my voice? All right. Well, thank you very much. Just I'd like to share. And also, can you see my screen too? All right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So yeah. Good morning. Yeah. Good afternoon. And here in Seoul, yeah. Good evening. Yeah. Today I'm also really happy to participate in World Leader Summit 2023 as a speaker and talking about AI-driven digital transformation and also value creation. And also, I love the speech from also Costantino, like about also metaverse. Also, it was very impressive, right? And then, yeah, just I'd like to introduce myself briefly, and I'm Hyung Suk, and also you can just call me HS shortly. And I'm based in Seoul, also South Korea, and also working at SAP as a value advisor expert who is leading CEO, CFO, C-level communications for business values and impact for global companies or enterprise companies like Samsung, Hyundai. And also my expertise is management consulting through global consulting firms like Accenture, EY, and strategy and management consulting organization at SAP. So far, I have given lots of speeches and lectures about digital transformation and business model innovation, sustainability, and also value creation, and more. So, yeah, for next 10 or 15 minutes, I'd like to share AI strategy, AI-driven digital transformation, and also value creation, and my lessons learned, including one of leading also innovative companies, SAP. So yes, I'd like to also introduce him briefly about SAP because I'm talking about SAP's one bit more. So actually, SAP was founded as a startup in Germany and became a unicorn with also $1 billion valuation and became a decacorn. And finally, SAP became the global #1 company in Germany in terms of also market capitalizations with $195 billion. Yeah, based on AI-driven digital transformation. So just I'm going to talk about it today. And so 92% of global top 2,000 of Fortune companies are together with SAP for AI-driven digital transformation. And also 87% of whole around the world global transaction revenue is processed by SAP and solutions. And why? So yes, according to also McKinsey and Company, global leading consulting firm, so it is predicted that like by 2026, so 50% of corporate sales, including our companies, will come from product, services, and also business models that have never been created before. And it is very tightly connected with AI-driven transformation, and it comes together with also value creation. So also through COVID-19, also life and also environment, uncertainty hatching and resilience are getting more and more critical also recently. So these days also there is also Gen AI, generative AI everywhere because Gen AI could add more than $2.6 trillion include mental value annually to the global economy, and also 60% organizations with AI adoption are using Gen AI. So with also business AI theme, so we'd like to build a system of intelligence with 3 core principles, 3 R's. So relevant and also reliable and also responsible. So these combined together to deliver real business results. So about the first also relevant theme, so everything is embedded into our leading enterprise applications and technologies. So customers can count on API solutions to be also future-proof with the most relevant AI experiences in the context of their business. So it is not all about SAP, but all about global leading tech companies have the same theme. So actually we should consider. And second, also reliable. So based on the unique business data and also business process context, we can deliver the most reliable business AI. So your AI is only as good as your data. So actually we should also realize that we have the most important data and the only one with best business data context intact. And finally also responsible. So everybody is talking about business and also technology a lot, but actually sometimes we don't think about this in that much, but actually we need to deliver AI with the highest also levels of concern for security, privacy, and compliance, and also ethics, and also integrity. So yes, I'd like to emphasize this theme because it is very fundamental core, but actually sometimes we don't think about it that much because we focus on making new revenues with technology. So so data is very essential for success of business AI. So in order to make business AI successful, we try to continue to build the best technology and also leverage the best tools on the market. And also at the same time, this is also including strategy partnerships with others in the industry. So yes, here just I can hear a lot of speeches from you, all of you, and then just I can learn from you, and then also we can make another also collaborative ecosystem. And then there is more important than just digital technology itself. So actually what can be also digital transformation in terms of value? I think that is also very important because we are all the time talking about digital transformation or innovation, but sometimes we are very confused. So I have been using this slide since I started to report to CEOs of enterprise companies like Samsung and so on. So digital transformation consists of two parts. So process innovation and also business model innovation. So more in detail, so process innovation is talking about bottom line growth. So it means that like it is talking about reducing expenses and costs, not talking about the revenue itself. But business model innovation is talking about top line growth, which means that all about making new revenue streams that I have been leading at SAP. So I think when we think about digital transformation, data technology, blockchain, AI, metaphors, those technologies are also very important. But I think more important thing is that like how we can make some impact for our corporate or customers. So based on global number one strategy consulting firm like McKinsey and Company, so revenue and cost improvement from AI adoption in the function using AI capabilities can make also meaningful business outcomes, impacts, and values for corporates. And also, it is also exactly same as also my company SAP is also emphasizing with two perspectives. Also, as I mentioned, was top line growth for making new revenue streams and bottom line growth for more higher and higher also profitability, including also reducing some costs and also expenses. So I'd like to share some also business cases and also references. So one of our customers could get also 92% also faster forecasting and uncompromised also reliability. So they could predict customer demand also reliably with AI powered also demand forecasting. It is talking about also AI driven digital transformation. And then also, I think the most important thing is they're like, trying to measure with some numbers, including financial outcomes. And also, like, based on business scenario based process AI solution, and also they could deliver and also discover process challenges and also predict the impact of those process improvements, and then find out some instant answers to your most complex process and questions. And in terms of containing and also costs and also includes compliance, I think it is also important. So another customer could save also 350 hours each month through automation. So it is aligned with improving also employee experiences while protecting your bottom line. So as a founder or executive of your companies, and then also we are talking about high top line growth like in revenue as profitability, but at the same time, like compliance can be also very important. And also additionally, companies can automate and also optimize complex also industry processes and also maximize profits with AI powered forecasting. So, and also retailers can automate ordering for more profitable future. So at SAP, it is also very interesting. So we are using also immersive intelligence, including AI, Web3, Metaverse, XR, and also immersive computing. So for at SAP HQ in Germany, and then we have a kind of special just organizations like they are just chasing and also focusing on 10 years later and then how to make money 10 years later. So future image of immersive technology can be like this. So based on also trusted data and also AI values. So actually we'd like to make this kind of daily based also innovations, also executions all the time. And I love these slides. So doing some methods, so actually we should think about 10 years later of business environment first, and then make us right strategy, and then come back and then also think about next 2-3 year plans. So And also when you talk about also digital transformation, including AI and also other technologies, I think it can be also very important. So yes, as I mentioned before, so with SAP Business AI, we build a system of intelligence with also three core principles like 3 Rs, and also relevant, also reliable, and also responsible. So these combined together deliver also real business impact and also results. And also we should consider this harmonization. So finally, for wrap up with 4 keywords. So AI also AI also utilization for a sustainable corporate with ethical governance. And second, also trend chasing, industry chasing, technology chasing, including sustainability, AI, digital tech transformation, and also more focusing on customer also benefits beyond also technology itself. And finally, we should focus on value chasing and globalization. So I try to measure all the time with some numbers with my company or my customers or my ecosystem stakeholders. So yeah, so actually we'd like to predict our future all the time, me too. But it's not easy and also it may be impossible. But actually, however, I hope we will try to create our future one by one, and then also we can have also a meaningful also milestone together. I hope my speech is helpful and meaningful for you. And if you take a photo of my QR code here, shortly with your camera or smartphone, and then also you can find out my also LinkedIn profile. Then also we can get connected through also LinkedIn there too. And then so also thank you for listening. And then also I'd like to learn from you a lot. And also I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the beautiful speech. I have a question for both of the previous speakers, Constantino and Mr. Kim. A question came that what is the exact implementation of artificial intelligence in Metaverse? So both of you can maybe put your thoughts on this.
Okay, Constantine first.
Yeah. Okay. Constantine, if you can.
Yeah. This is for me.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are working right now to create actual AI, which means that we believe that the AI will not, what we see right now as an AI is just the beginning of everything, like Metaverse, or like what we see is the first step. And every of those things will help us to move on a new reality. So what we build is the actual AI. That means an AI that will behave having consciousness in terms of understanding what the people say in between the words. So it's not only about what you say, but to have the doubt, to have the challenge, and to have an emotional reaction, let's say. So what we build is a metaverse space right now. We are in the prototype, and we build a metaverse space that has to do with the AI and humans that collaborate together on the critical problems that we have, and they will come with in form of avatars, both of them. So they meet, let's say, in a metaverse space that is the bridge space of tomorrow.
Super. Thank you for this lovely answer. Now I will hop into our next speaker, Klaus. If you're there, I can see your face. If you can kindly turn on your microphone. Thank you. Kim, please stay back with us. Once we get the question, we will shoot it. Klaus is right now in Calcutta, in my city, but yeah, he is actually from Thailand. So the microphone is yours at the moment. So please feel free to share your wisdom with us.
Thank you. And I have to say namaste because now I'm in India, but I am actually not from Thailand. If there's any Asians here that think I don't look Asians, you're fully correct. I am a full-blown Danish hooligan. So And I will not share you the details of what happened last night with Arijit, but it involved both dancing and music and some amount of some beverage, which I think had some potential to be lit up with a fire. I think, but I'm still here, and pleasure to meet you. I will share my presentation, and I haven't been on LinkedIn, so I'll just find the share button. Where is it? Here. And then I will share my PowerPoint. Do I have to find the right one? Hang on. That is no. That's strange. 2 seconds. I will share my desktop instead, so I don't need to find that that file. So you will have to see yourself in a moment. I'm so sorry about that. And then I will go to this one, and this is my presentation. Yes, and I will start to make present and then see what happens. Can you all see it? Good, we are good to go. Then I will minimize you a little bit here. My name is Claus Nielsen, and I'm going to speak a little bit about something. I don't know how familiar you are with all of this. A brief introduction. I have been working for Pricewaterhouse, doing some of the work in terms of the health and virtual care for Saudi Arabia, did their national strategy and have done some interesting work on that part. Then I have many years ago donated the most of the money I made out of my pizzeria in Denmark, which I had as my real startup venture, the most successful one I have done so far. But you should study it, go and look for Data for Good Foundation. But what we are doing is building a data sharing infrastructure owned in a foundation so that the people can be an owner and control of their own data. We are using a quite advanced infrastructure based on Partitia blockchain to handle consent of data. And then we have applied privacy preserving technologies using secure multi-party computation. Some people behind our blockchain is also the original people behind the original Bitcoin blockchain. It's not Satoshi, but I think it's maybe he knows. And then what we are doing is I'm here, and you will meet the CEO of PBCN in Thailand in a minute. I have a company called PBCN together with the PP. I'm the CN. PP you will meet in a moment. This is our joint company that is doing projects within Europe and Asia. And one of them Park will speak about in a minute. In Europe, I have been very heavily occupied with doing 2 research projects for the European Commission doing pre-commercial procurement, meaning that we give money to innovators so they can bid on a challenge to solve for the public authorities in Europe. This time often in integrated care and health. So one is doing a data sharing platform, the other one is doing some middleware for healthcare, trying to virtualize that. And all of this knowledge I bring together into what I've been doing in Be Healthy, which is one of the childs of PBCN together with others. Park will introduce a little bit more what services we are doing. This is a company that's currently in just gone from birth to being soft launch and now are scaling up. And we are in this space, and I've been part of the technology development for that. But let's take a complete different look. So this is me looking, I'm 58 years old now, not the youngest guy on the block, but why it's not? This is how I looked 16 years ago, sorry. I can't say I had much chances last night on the dance floor here in Calcutta. I can tell you that. And I was not 47. This is a number, and it all comes down to data here. And you might ask some of you guys what this number means, but I can tell you this is a number I had in my National Health Portal records, and nobody reacted to it. But it actually meant I was pre-diabetic without knowing it. It can be prevented by food and exercise, not medicine. And because of that, and I think many of you can nod to this, that the world has become increasingly more populated, but also more obese. And you know what this formula, this chemical, I'm not a chemist, but does anybody know what this chemical formula is about? If you don't know, I can tell you this is the formula for body fat. So now you can all wonder why I'm speaking, what the hell happens to you, Arijit, and you when you lose weight. Will it become what? You can think about that. I don't know. But if you have less fat, where does it go? The toilet. Anyway, I had too much of it. But I'm a gadget guy. And this is my summer house in Tisvilde back in 2016-17. I already had, I think there must be some kind of AI built in Google Nest service. So when my son that has diabetes 1 come home from school, I could speak through the loudspeaker and say, did you remember to take a blood test? Okay. Okay, what is your blood sugar? Good, take some food. So I didn't need to go home. I could just monitor him and then I know he was doing anything here. So this is the devices I have. This one I have right here on me, and I still keep these two. I've monitored my weight for long. And so technically what I've been doing, and many of you are doing, is you're creating a hell of a lot of data. I've been going through all the phases of a 50-year-old man. I don't know if you're familiar with this mammal. Do you know, Arijit, what that means? You know? Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let me explain.
I don't know the phase.
It's a phenomenon that mostly happens to men when they turn about 40 to 50, and it's called the middle-aged men in lycra. That's a mammal phase. And then you see they buy a very expensive bike that costs about probably $2,000 to $5,000. So in some cases, you can see that. And then they ride it 4 times a year, and they come with a big belly and ride a super bike that like this. This is by far also my prime minister. I did that too, and it didn't work out because I was doing this 2014 version of it, and I see many do that. I still thought I was healthy, but now I got back to these diabetes numbers. This means I'm still in the yellow zone. But now suddenly my doctor started noticing it, but they didn't react to any of this. This is my data in my health portal. In Denmark, every data is digital if you don't know. If you get married, everything, if you get divorced, it takes 2 minutes. Tax, it's forbidden for Denmark to have paper, and all our health data is here as well. So just to let you know, we are from another world. Don't look to US for inspiration on that. But this is the Danish health portal. And here are these numbers. No warning signs. Not saying, hey, you're 43, you have to do something about it. Nobody reacts to it. AI, I think, can do a better job than a doctor here. But finally, I got this 54 number. And then when they suddenly reacted, when this turns red, and it's too late, and now I'm a full-blown diabetes 2 patient. This is the scale we are using. You will have the other numbers. This is super important because none of you want to have diabetes. You have to, I have it now and my son has it, and you have to go around with needles. It's you have to consider what you do, and you have increased risk of heart disease, blindness, amputation. So think about it, guys. It's new. You have the time to change your behavior. I didn't do that, so I had to do something about it. You're probably all of you going to fast food restaurants, eating time to time bad food. The funny thing, actually, as my app here from Revolut, every time I go to Burger King, sorry, didn't I? I mean Burger. Did I say Burger King? Burger King. Okay. It will record that I have been to this kind of facility. There's actually I can share my financial data to anyone. It's a little bit private, I admit, but AIIA, you can look it up, have my financial data. I use it for my company. So all my goes automatic into my bookkeeper. What's going to happen to financial data? It tells you a lot about you. Anyway, as some of you probably know, Socrates said, let food be thy medicine. So here you see a good example of how you can eat away your problems. Here you can actually get the double problem solved. You can eat fish and get healthier. Actually, diabetes 2 can be reversed if you change your diet. Not many knows that, but most of you will go to an insurance company, go into the traditional path, and then you will end up in a very expensive healthcare sickness protocol instead of food and exercise protocol. As my son has diabetes 1, I knew it already. This was my thing, so I started eating shrimp and salmon. He's still here, unfortunately. This is the food I then went on to. I took a complete something very difficult and very hard to do. But I can make food. This is actually food I make myself. I had a restaurant before, as I told you. And all of this food is very carefully designed on a program to lose weight. And now I become a real mammal, not only using the bike a little bit, but full time. And I'm still doing it. This is in Thailand. And I managed to look like this. So now we are back to 10 years later, 10 years older, and you pick your choice, okay? And if you see here, this is quite interesting. If you look here down on the screen, that your I have some smart facility. I will find it. So when I exercise, here's my weight in over the years, right? A lot of things happen here, and this is my fat mass, and I have a lot of data here. But what I can see is that when I add in my blood sugar on this, I'm much better regulated. Exercise and food, it works. This is a result, and you see the formula for body fat is significantly lower. And I'm still wondering what molecules, what happened to it. If anyone knows what happens to body fat when you lose weight, let me know. Your best guess can be put in the chat. My journey as a patient changed. I got a cancer surgery. It was found in Thailand, and this is the reason why they actually found it. They couldn't find it in Denmark, and they took out a bit of my body. Luckily, they found it early, and in Thailand, it's a very nice healthcare system. Every morning, the staff came in and said, "Good morning, Mr. Nielsen," and that means that you can now come every New Year and give them a cake, taking down the escalators and say, "Stay fit." So I do that. But still, after a cancer surgery, my diabetes got out of control. So I had to go slowly back to training. So I did that to come back to have a regular gym. And here you see, which is interesting, when I don't exercise, my blood sugar is out of control. When I exercise, it's perfectly inside the 2 lines where they're supposed to be. I'm still here now, diabetes 1 patient, but the cancer now pulled the trigger on me. So I'm now, despite doing anything I want to do to try to get back, I try still to keep it. But as you get older, it gets more and more difficult. Okay, but these are the things that is difficult for you as a individual to keep over time, to keep doing this. And as you grow older and you get more and more things, so now what happened now for me is that you see my weight suddenly dropped. And my weight curve is now something that is a trigger for something, say, hey, something is wrong. I, of course, went to hospital. And this was actually that my body said to me, you are now a diabetes 1 patient, you are not a diabetes 2. So technically, I was never a diabetes 2 patient. I was just on a pathway to be a diabetes 1 patient. This could have been discovered earlier, but we didn't have the tools at that time, or we don't have it. We should develop it. But that was my question. And it was during COVID, so I was pretty scared I was going to leave you all, but I'm still here, luckily. But nobody could understand anything, and my numbers went crazy, 78. And now I have some of the things that are very problematic for living at an older age. Now I'm in the so-called patient-centric system, as they call it. But I'm now a cancer patient, which is highly specialized. And if I ask my cancer patient something about related to my well-being, my food, so is it because of my cancer surgery, which is now gone? I'm cleared for it, but I have a lot of issues living with it. Or is it because of my diabetes, which is handled by an endocrinologist? And technically, you're left alone with questions. Forget about patient-centered healthcare, whatever they tell you in a policy situation, it's not working like that. You're on your own. And one way to find answers is, you need to have data, and you need to take control of your own diseases. Don't ever think another one will look after you. You simply need to take control of that. That's my learnings, okay? And one of the things that I see as a problem in the most of the healthcare systems that I've experienced is that I, as a consumer, are seeking and hoping to find better health and more wellness. but the health system doesn't focus on that. They are focused on sick care, illness and disease, and they're using standardized care pathways. Oh, so I have a call. I will decline. Sorry. And if you look at how difficult it is to connect to your stop, Klaus, I cannot do that now. Sorry for that. Can you text Klaus that I'm giving a presentation? Yeah. So secondly, so these are the two main. You can see this, that we have this disconnect. We are consumers. I have a lot of questions. I can ask ChatGPT. I can ask all kinds of questions. But the healthcare system, they don't care much about. They are very good at the surgery, but after they don't care much about it. So this is how the formal healthcare model still works. It's a one size fits all, and everybody, you probably heard the words personalized medicine, all this crap. But in reality, that is not how it's delivered. It hasn't changed much. And all these personalized medicine and everything personalized using data, it's a big major change that hasn't happened yet in the healthcare system. If you take my trouble with diabetes, where I have to control myself. So when I eat some curry here and some naan bread, and it's delicious food, by the way, but I only have to carefully balance. If I not take enough insulin, I get too high. If I take too much, I get too low, and that can be lethal. And that's why it's very complicated to actually manage insulin-dependent diabetes. And this is not coming from me. This is coming from Novo, is now the biggest company in Europe because they are selling medicine in this sector, and I'm using all of it and all their products. And so we still have a lot of things, and we are not using data, which is crazy. Okay, the usage of data is so low you can't believe it. And just going to where I'm staying in Southeast Asia, I have deliberately not put in India here, but I think they could fill out this this curve as well. But this is actually the real pandemic that we have been fighting for long. That's how much sugar intake we have. So as you see here, this is food. When you eat ketogenic diet, low in carbs and high in fat and high in fat and high in protein, or balanced protein actually, then you can do amazing things. But when actually sugar, when you eat too much, and people don't even know what sugar is, it will be stored as fat to be used at a later stage when you are not healthy. So when I was 70 kilos, I lost all my fat. I could have used a little bit because it's used to preserve yourself and not die. So it's a fine balance of trying to help people get the right nutrition, and it will also be quite individual what you guys need, what IDG needs, what I need, because we are also constructed differently genetically. So it's a big thing. So one of the things that we have developed out here in Thailand is this one to help you divide. What you see here on this is all the devices I'm using. This is my NovoPen that sends digitally data in. I'm sitting with right here on my arm. I sit with the Freestyle Libre that I hacked with a Chinese device, so I can get data also into other services. So I have this one. This is a hack device, and I have the Abbott Style. I have apps that can measure what is in food, so I can say how many carbs is there, because I need to know exactly how many carbs there is, because I inject insulin. So this is a data point. If I'm in doubt about some food, I can always take a picture and let AI analyze it. I have the Apple Watch, and which takes care of my sleep, and I have my vital signs, and all of this comes in. We do a automatic blood pressure from our app, which comes from the front camera, quite advanced, and it's sent into our platform, where I have could technically, I don't have it right now, but I have one of our health coaches look after me. And this is a new world of where we are working with data that I produce every day. There's no healthcare system that do that. They're beginning to come some small startups, examples like in US, like VirtuHealth, that are now finally getting a lot of traction because they get into the insurance system. We are trying to achieve the same. So this is our blood pressure device. that we have implemented. It is a clinical grade class 2A and FDA approved measurement that we are doing. We haven't implemented it in production yet, but we are still testing out some features. So it's quite advanced, and I need to hurry up, I know. So what I want before wrapping up here, so what are we doing? What have I been doing out here in terms of using AI? I have tried to test some other services that to see how it works. So I had a code from the US. I paid for this app where I shared my data into it from Apple Health, and they took in my data, different things, and we could discuss that. And that was actually the first time I got somebody to help motivate and coach me to keep up my job, because it's difficult in a busy life to do that for many people, and that has inspired us to do a new version of our app where we do a lot more things in terms of making it ready to both the legal compliance and stuff. But we are using this app in a setting that is a little bit different. Let's show some of the tech that I think that is going to influence our platform that I'm doing out here in Asia, and I think can help many more people than me living with these kind of problems, focusing more on preventive health, and not this specialized sick care system we are all sitting in. Some of the things that I think will be trending in terms of the wellness area and the personal health area is health coaching. And this is where we can use all the data that many people probably don't even know they collect about themselves, but we can use all the variables so that to track, like I'm doing, many of you are doing it already, and more will be. I see that the technology like ours we are developing here is meditation, mindfulness, can be a much better way to solve stress. We see fitness gamification. That's where you're strong in this area. We see much more focus on wellness in the workplace, because at the end somebody is paying the insurance bill, either a government or if it's a government insurance or it's a private insurance. All the advances in virtual care, you see us as actually being in the forefront of this. But adoption-wise, it's still very, very far away from being adopted, except from Denmark and a few other places. We see a lot of interest in sleep and sleep tracking because people have huge sleep problems. The meditation app market using spatial, I will talk about that in a minute. I have some mock-ups of what we are working on the next, and then virtual fitness and
I'm so sorry, Claus. We really need to wrap up. Yeah.
So we were gonna go into interactive healthcare, but I'm done now. We are going into interactive health coaching. We will have here's our. I'll just play a little bit, but not too much.
Hello, Competa.
But we will
I
have,
hope you're doing well
able
today.
to integrate
I noticed some changes in your Be Healthy app data.
enabled.
Can we discuss this?
Health coaches like this, and then this is just a mock-up, and then we are exploring how we can get into spatial computing, where we will do some kind of integration into the data we have in our app.
Hi, Sarah. Now it's time for your
it
Be
can be
Healthy
integrated.
session.
We haven't tried it
Your
because we don't have
HRV
access to it, but when it becomes
I will
available,
ping back to you right after
I think this
we're
could
out.
be great
Enjoy.
examples of products that we're going to launch on our platform. And our platform, Gunn Bach will talk a little bit about that, what it is for platform we have to do this, and how we have turned these ideas of addressing people's needs for new services in the healthcare space into a real platform that are delivering services in Thailand right now. So with that, I will say thank you for listening to me. Sorry for talking a little bit too long.
It's perfectly fine. We are all trying to help each other. So if a little bit of time extent can help someone, it will be really great. That's what I learned. I mean, being like a water, sometimes optimizing yourself is much more required than optimizing only the timing. We can always manage that. We have responsible other citizens in the pipeline. Himanshu, if you're there, if you can kindly turn on your video and your microphone, and then I'll be requesting our next speaker, Pepperon, and then Himanshu. Pepperon, if you can kindly turn on your microphone. Pepperon is from Thailand, but still she is now in Calcutta, in my city. Before she starts, let me tell you why and how we keep the speakers pipeline like this. It's not that easy. It's like calculating a lot of things in the back end. When we start the summit at 3:30 p.m., we thought of taking people from the Asian part. And that's the reason first we had Greece and then South Korea, eventually coming to the Asia part. And then sequentially, when we move towards the end of the summit, you will see that people are joining from Africa, from USA, because the timeline is actually changing. And if you look at the structure, the way we constructed this, first we started with metaverse, went to AI, and then the real application of AI is happening in health tech. And eventually, if you see the rest of the speakers, you will understand why we keep the speaking slots like this. So conducting a global summit is not that easy, to be very, very honest. We worked on it a lot. Kudos to all my team members who worked day and night for this. I am just a small catalyst who is trying to help them and making things happen. So over to you, Pepperon. Please turn on your microphone and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Wait a moment. Hello? Excuse me. You hear me, right? But I hear myself. Wait a
Yeah.
moment.
It's gone now.
Class, did you mute?
Yeah. Oh.
No, you're not.
Oh.
Okay. Hello? Okay. So can everyone hear me, right? Okay. So thank you so much for having me in this summit. I'm really honored to be here. And the thing I'm going to present will be just like extension of what Klaus had been sharing with you before. And how we think about the business and how we develop a business that actually serve and solve the problem of the people who are living with diseases, for example, like Klaus or any other diseases, right? So let me share the slide. Okay. You see it, right? No. I do it. Can you see it now?
It's gone. It was there, then it's gone. Yeah.
Now can you see it?
Yeah, we can see. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what we are trying to do here is that there's so many people that living with diseases or health conditions, and that's because there's no prevention, or they didn't have a chance to actually prevent themselves or get some advice from experts or doctors or anyone that can help them prevent them from being sick. That's why it has to live with the consequences. So what we are trying to do here under a head of Be Healthy, have a chance to actually Be Healthy Company Limited here in Thailand, is that we want to build an ecosystem of health and well-being services, so that people from Thailand and also customers from other countries who travel to Thailand can get access to consultants, health consultation, and the treatments that while they are also trying to enjoy their holiday as well. That's what we are trying to do. So what Be Healthy have in our service, there are 4 types of thing we built here. The first one is the online marketplace. Why do we need an online marketplace? Is that we already have a kind of Agoda for booking hotels. We have booking.com or other stuff. But let's think about it. There is no such an online marketplace that focusing on selling or promoting wellness and well-being activity directly. or really focus on that. That's why. So if a person want to get a kind of treatment or activity, they have to go through, do some research on the internet, and a lot of time to do the research in order to get the best service or the most suitable service they want to do in Thailand, for example. So that's why we think that the need of building a marketplace that specialized on wellness packages, that is a gap in the market. That's why we tap into the marketplace, which I can show you later how it looks and how it works. Then the other thing is that our marketplace is not just a normal like an online e-commerce. You buy and then you go and use it. Not only that, we go beyond that. We have something called digital health platform. This is number 2 here, meaning that every customer that buy package from marketplace will have access to the digital health platform, which have the mobile app and also online consultation with health coaches attached to the package, and they can track their own health data that they can keep and track it every day on a daily basis, and there will be someone always monitoring their numbers. Let's say that's the beauty of having bought packages from Be Healthy platform. And because we have been doing this, so we're trying to build because it's a marketplace, so meaning that we are not selling our products, we're selling other people's products, right? So we sought wellness providers from across the country, like from top super luxury wellness hotels and resorts in the north, in the south, in Bangkok, and others from the best place in Thailand. And then we also have clinics and hospitals and individual certified health coaches in different specialty like nutritionists, psychologists, psychiatrists, or even health coach like applied Thai traditional doctor, Chinese traditional doctor. So we have those combination on the platform so that we ensure that the customer gets a kind of wide range of services to pick from. And because we have been doing this, and then we get a lot of attention from the wellness hotels, like, okay, what you are doing is actually very interesting, and this application of the Asian medicine like Ayurvedic, Thai, Chinese medicine are very interesting and can actually upgrade their normal spa in a hotel and resort to become something more than that, to offer more value. That's why they came to us and they say, we want you to provide us with a franchise business or consultancy to upgrade that spa. And that's where it started. So we spread out this knowledge we have. We help them build the medical spa and even the clinic inside their own hotel, get them certified, get them licensed and everything. So this kind of thing happen, and this is the way we build the ecosystem. So okay, so I just want to spend a little bit, like a couple of minutes to just go through the rest. Is that this is the marketplace. So the wellness provider can go into our marketplace. We develop the package together with them, and then we post it on our marketplace, and then we promote it, doing the marketing together, and then we get it in terms of the commission fee. That's the business model, and they can just book directly online. And we also provide the how to say sales function for wellness provider as well. Like we have the health coach and also even doctor to be there if customer want to get some consultation before they make decision on buying anything. That's what we support our partner. This one is the marketing part and also the marketplace part. So come to the second one, which is the digital health platform. So this is the application that we built. And this can collect data. The good thing about this application is that we have the AI powered measurement here. As you can see, this we can just monitor the blood pressure, the pulse, and oxygen saturation of a person just using mobile camera. and using the AI algorithm to analyze it. It is being in the kind of clinical trial at the moment, and we tested it with many customers, and it works pretty okay. Needs some development, but it is on the way to go, and this is actually making a lot of people interested in Be Healthy. And all the other stuff is a function that great, like video call, chat with coaches, or other stuff. So this is just the platform. Then the other thing, the last part of Be Healthy is that how we spread the knowledge and build the ecosystem of preventive medicine to wellness providers in Thailand. So we have something that we call Chiwarak Wellness Center, which we kind of combine the centuries-long wisdom of Thai traditional medicine, Chinese Ayurvedic, and other stuff in the Asian medicine, and create so many wellness packages that actually can help people relieve, get rid of stress, muscle and joint pain, and also de-stress themselves, help them with the sleep enhancement and all the other thing by using no drugs. That's what we are doing. So we use the herbs and we use the ancient way of doing it, but still very powerful, and we prescribe no drug. That's a thing we do. And for example, if you can see here, yeah. So, and the good thing about this is that apart from the treatment itself, we can also bundle it a great hotel room. We can bundle with the leisure, transport, and everything. So meaning that we support our partner to become a wellness tourism provider from end to end. That's what we are trying to build, and we are quite successful in that and get a lot of traction on that. So that's just what how we build the business, surrounded by helping people to be more preventive and more active to be healthier and not get sick and then go to hospital. That's what we do. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. Thank you. I have two quick questions for the previous speaker, then I will jump into Charmaine for our next speech, and then sequentially I'll give you the sequence. Then I will request Salman to come, and then Himanshu. Eventually, probably we'll have someone from Africa. She is trying hard to connect. Yeah, so the question for our previous speaker, I'm not sure if you're there, my friend from Korea. A question actually came from social media that are you there? If not, we can skip.
Yes, I can hear, and then just I have my also laptop problem, so actually I changed it with my also mobile phone. Yeah.
Super. The question is like with the advancement of generic AI, what do you feel? What will be the future for the manufacturing industry? How they can adopt? If yes, then is it happening very fast, or we are too far for the adoption? The question came from Philippines Island.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your question. So, yes, I really like the question. So, yeah, Gen AI, just as I mentioned before, briefly, like, it's not that far from us. So it came very fast, and it's like a lot of like big companies and global companies, including also your company, like we are just adapting. So normally, like when I meet some customers or when I give some lectures and speeches, and then just I ask some questions. So how many people are using ChatGPT or Bard or and so on? And then like I have never seen that kind of like the kind of response, but actually more than 60 or 70% are using. And then also at my company also, just I asked some questions to my colleagues, and how often are you using also Gen AI? And then also one of my colleagues is using for like finding out some photos like for our customers, like some company or some industry. And also at the same time, some people are using Gen AI for making a kind of finding out some strategy or business areas for our customers. And also in my case, I'm also writing down a book, and then just I was using a lot, like, to find out some good agendas and categories for my book. So, and also for manufacturing industry and also companies, and also they are trying to do it, but not like our, like, daily lives. So it may take some time. It's not talking about today or tomorrow, but I think like next year, and also manufacturing companies and leaders are willing to use more Gen AI. And then also, as I mentioned before, also they try to find out some new revenue streams with Gen AI. So in terms of also business model innovation. So this is a kind of trend, but I think it's not talking about today, not tomorrow, but actually it can be next year. And then also the following year is going to be like more powerful. So that's why we should be prepared now. And then also we should put some time, spend some time, like looking at what can be good potential opportunities for myself and for my companies or for my new potential company, right? So yes, that was brief my answer.
Thank you so much for a quick answer. Even though I have got another question, I will skip that and go to the next speaker due to time constraint. And then if I get a time, I will ask the next question.
Okay.
Mind if you can kindly turn your microphone and your video, please. I hope you're there with us. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining, and the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome.
15 minutes is yours. Yeah.
Okay, 15 minutes. Okay, so I just wanted to share my screen if possible.
For your information, this is a link for speakers only. All speakers can share their screen.
Awesome. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm Charmaine Gangan. I'm from South Africa. So South Africa is one of the 54 countries on the African continent. So we're at the tip of Africa. Okay, so just listening to all the speakers, absolutely amazing topics and so informative. So mine's a little bit different because it's one of my greatest passions, and that's unemployment around the globe, and more specifically on the African continent. And the two previous speakers have spoken about healthcare, and that's also another one of my passions. So the reason why I chose this is because we have just received global stats now, and South Africa is actually sitting at the highest unemployment in the entire globe. So I thought I'd just talk about it because the reason why countries go through unemployment is quite simple. It's government and it's government leadership. So that's like the be all and the end all of it. Okay, so I've just put a little slide on here, and this is actually Cape Town. This is the beautiful city where I lived. I'm very biased about it. I think it's the most beautiful city in the world. So that's Cape Town. Oh, so my screen doesn't want to move. There we go. Right. So addressing unemployment, it's a multifaceted approach which creates an environment that is conducive to business creation, where we actually support aspiring entrepreneurs and we foster a culture of innovation and risk-taking, which is what we've been talking about since the beginning. We want to create that innovation. So the just three things I'm going to go over today. It's very quick. I'm actually not going to take lots of time. So basically, I'm going to talk about how we tackle unemployment through entrepreneurship, how we can use entrepreneurship education to be a leverage in addressing unemployment, and what are the challenges that we actually have on the various developing countries. Right. Some expert perspectives on how we tackle unemployment is one of the most important things, especially for us on the African continent. Education and skills development, entrepreneurial education should be integrated into the school education system and in curriculums. And from lots of the global spheres that I've been on, this is actually happening quite a lot. But I think not enough, because when you look at what the global stats are on unemployment, it's actually quite high. So we need to work more at this. Obviously, we need skills training. We need to offer training programs to enhance the practical skills for entrepreneurship. We need to include business planning, finance management, marketing, and problem solving. And something very interesting that's actually come out from all this entrepreneurship training I've been doing is that we have a lot of financial illiteracy. And I think that's one of the key areas we could focus on, or maybe even use AI and all this wonderful technology that you guys are talking about, to actually address one of those key challenges. Right. Very importantly, access to capital. I think that's a global issue for entrepreneurs. There's just not enough money that has been put aside for funding for entrepreneurs to actually start to get their startups going. And also even microfinance institutions, like banks and building societies and stuff, just to get the entrepreneurship ecosystem going, because we know that most of our entrepreneurs, 90% of them, have actually no capital. And in addition to that, the first 3 years, most businesses actually fall flat. So, we have huge issues in terms of finance and support. Infrastructure and finance, and resources. Very importantly, I know that India is leading in terms of entrepreneurship, education, in terms of the incubators that I have. And that is what countries or the developing world needs to learn, that we need to create more incubators and accelerators for these entrepreneurs. We need to develop workplaces for them. Very importantly also is government policies. I think entrepreneurship ecosystems, we need to foster them, we need to create them. And, just to say a little bit about the African continent, I think we trying, not hard enough, because in terms of competition, if we look at India and Philippines, Latin America, we actually fallen very far behind. So government really needs to change and revamp their policies in order to accommodate this problem that we have with unemployment. Networking and collaboration is something which I'm very passionate about. I believe that if you really want things to happen and things to work, you need to network, you need to collaborate, because every kind of business actually needs that. And I myself, I'm a global entrepreneurship educator. So I basically work in almost every continent. I work at different universities across the globe. I work with student startups, with pitch decks. So to network and collaborate is actually where we have what we call, and what you guys have been talking about, that information sharing, whether it's the gaming industry, whether it's the entertainment industry, whatever, we need to network and collaborate to share information. Also attend networking events. So cultural and attitudinal shift, very much so. We are on the African continent. We have a very different culture here. If I must look at the culture here, the culture of the Southeastern countries, we all have different cultures that actually also influence the way that we do things and how things actually happen on the continent. So we need to relook at that. We need to look at how our cultures actually influence the way we actually live, the way we do things, and the way government forms policies. Innovation and technology, what you guys have been talking about, absolutely amazing things that I've been hearing about in terms of gaming and healthcare. So we need to do lots of research and development also in various areas that can actually attribute or can assist in terms of entrepreneurship, in terms of giving new business ideas to these young up-and-coming entrepreneurs. Technology as well, to be able to adopt technology. We're talking now about healthcare and how we can adapt a technology into healthcare system. Amazing stuff happening. We need to buy into that. Inclusivity, we know that we live in a amazing global metaverse, this world where there's so much of diversity and inclusion, and to ensure that everybody, the richest to the poorest, depending on whatever culture you have, that people actually are included, not just the rich or the most influential that actually get opportunities. We need to change that mindset of ours. Right, we get social entrepreneurship. Very importantly, it's actually working very well around the world. We need to get it going so that we can also address societal challenges which we actually have, and which has also been increasing so much since the COVID pandemic. Very importantly, for any system to actually work, for anything to work, we need to be able to monitor and evaluate. When we put systems in place, we want to take off with entrepreneurship, we want to get it going in South Africa, we need to have policies in place, we need to have monitoring and evaluate Is this been working? What is working? What is not working? How can we improve on our systems? Okay, fostering and very importantly, now comes the part that I like the most, which is how can we foster entrepreneurship education so that it can be a leverage in addressing unemployment. And we know, as we sit in this little group on the summit here, we know that unemployment is a key issue, especially in our developing world. So entrepreneurship education can play a very crucial role in addressing unemployment so that we can equip our students, our unemployed people with skills, knowledge, and also to change the way they think and to start thinking business, because that is what it is all about at the end of the day, business. Okay, we can adopt an entrepreneurial mindset. We need to teach people, if you don't take a risk and you're not innovative and creative, you're not going to get anywhere. You need to take a risk, because that is what doing a business is about. I think everybody, whether it's healthcare, whether it's gaming, you are taking a risk and you're hoping that that risk is going to take you to where you want to be. Okay. We need to skills develop again. We need practical business skills, which is what we actually lack. So we'll find that we've got students who've got the most amazing business ideas, but when it comes to actually getting the idea off the ground, they lack the skills that is actually needed to get the businesses off the ground. They don't have problem solving or even critical thinking. And I think that is something which we have as an issue across the globe. We have the millennials and their little mindset where how they see things and what they see as important to them. So we need to change that mindset and make them young critical thinkers. We need to encourage job creation, yes, by entrepreneurship, by startups, small businesses, educating entrepreneurs. If one entrepreneur starts a business, definitely you will be able to employ more than one person. So that is how the system actually, or the pyramid actually goes. Promoting self-employment, yes, we would love that. Not everybody is made out to be their own boss. Some people will always be working for someone else. And unfortunately, we need to be able to promote, start your own business, be your own boss, try things out, and actually you can get that ball going in terms of entrepreneurship. Contributing to economic development, we actually know that entrepreneurs is actually what drives economies throughout the world, whether it is the developing world or whether it is the more developed world, that entrepreneurship contributes to the huge GDP of most countries. Inclusive entrepreneurship, again, addressing disparities. We know that some of the entrepreneurship programs that we offer are just specific to certain people, and we have a huge problem here on the African continent where we've got a lot of not only financial literacy, we've got illiteracy. So we need to address it and make entrepreneurship education more accessible to everybody in the country, or more youth as well. The same with diversity and inclusion. And global competitiveness, yes, we know that entrepreneurship education.
Can you please wrap up? I'm really sorry.
Wrap up. Okay, no problem. So we know that we have a global perspective that prepares us for competitiveness and, of course, continuous learning. There we go. Summary. So entrepreneurship education serves as a powerful leverage in addressing unemployment, but not only preparing individuals, but also businesses, just to create that entrepreneurship mindset. And we know that it's going to contribute to the economy, to job creation and development of a resilient and innovative workforce. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your beautiful presentation. Even though as an ecosystem enabler, we have our own accelerator, own entrepreneurship education program, which we are running for last 7 years in a couple of continents. Not sure if you all know that. If not, I'll share my screen to show this. I have already shared the link to all the speakers. They can check it. This is our entrepreneurship education program. It's a 12 weeks of engagement. Instead of going for all the theory, we usually go for practicalities. You can cross-check it online. This is how it goes, with multiple number of mentors who are coming from actual industry plus few bit of professors. So we mix things with educationalists as well as real industry people so that they can get business. When we talk about entrepreneurship education as education, if you educate them, if you don't get an opportunity to flourish their business, it doesn't make any sense. Hence, we created our own accelerator. I'll share a lot about all these aspects eventually, slowly, one by one. But yeah, this is not my time. This is time for another speaker coming from Pakistan. Salman, if you are there, if you can kindly turn on your, yep, you are here, right on time. And he will be speaking.
Thank you, Arijit.
Salman, stage is yours. Yep.
Thank you, Arijit. Just let me share my screen. I'm going to start. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
There is something wrong on my end. Just let me retry.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'll be talking a little bit about our next speaker. He'll be joining from India. Yes, Salman, we can see your slide.
Perfect. So, hello, everyone. Today, I want to talk to you about something that affects each and every one of us. Climate change. It's not just a distant problem. It's knocking on our doors. And we can't ignore it any longer. Climate change is a wake-up call from Mother Earth, telling us that our actions have consequences. As Robert Swan wisely said, the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. It's a call to action for each one of us to be the heroes of our planet needs. One major contributor to this issue is the way we move around, our modes of transportation. The good news is there is a solution. It's called a sustainable mobility. Sustainable mobility means finding ways to move around that don't harm the planet. It's about making choices that reduces our carbon footprints. Imagine a world where our daily commute doesn't contribute to pollution and global warming. That's the world sustainable mobility envisions. As individuals, we play a crucial role in this global shift towards sustainable mobility. It's not just about big corporations or governments. It starts with us right here, right now. So what can we do? Firstly, public transportation has a major role to play. Mahatma Gandhi once said, "Be the change that you wish to see in the world." So opting for buses, trains, or subways means actively participating in reducing both traffic congestion and carbon emissions. It's a step towards the change we all wish to see. Let's not forget the simplicity and power of our own 2 feet. As Albert Einstein famously remarked, life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. Walking or cycling for short trips not only reduces our carbon footprint, but also fosters a healthier lifestyle. It's a small change with a big impact. Now let me share a tale of survival, not just for us, but for the generations to come. There's an African saying that goes, "We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children." Our choices today echoes into the future. And now, I'd like to share a little story and a bit about the climate tech startup I'm working on. God blessed me with 2 sons, both born in January. So they celebrate their birthdays together. Both love cars. So I gifted them electric cars on their birthday. Both were very happy. Next morning, when they unpacked their cars and prepared for driving, the unexpected happened. One car was working fine and moving, but the other one didn't even start. He tried to on off the switch, but there was no power. So he called me, "Dad, my car isn't working. And I said, it's electric. Maybe the battery is out of charge. Let me plug it on charging. Then I did, but there was no indication. So I opened the battery slot and tried to reconnect the wires, but the mission was unsuccessful. So I called the toy store and they said, visit us and we'll check. I took the car to toy store to fix the issue and they found the fault in the battery. Anyway, they replaced the battery and said, we are giving you an additional battery as a gift. Keep it on charge, so when one battery got depleted, you can swap it with a fully charged one and your son will no longer need to wait for a battery to be recharged and he'll have more time driving around. This is where swap was born in my mind as an idea, as I was aware that the world is shifting towards electrification to decarbonize the global economy, and electromobility is the big opportunity. My name is Salman Chishti, and I'm an entrepreneur with a background in green energy sector. And now, as a founder of a climate tech startup, I'm solving the challenges that's holding the electric motorcycles to become a practical form of mobility by building a smart and sustainable energy infrastructure and electromobility ecosystem. There are 4 major challenges we face while considering electric vehicles or electric motorcycles. The cost of EVs are too high, driven by the cost of batteries. It takes long time to recharge. Then charging infrastructure problem. It is not readily available like we have gas stations or petrol stations almost everywhere. And then range anxiety. People are really concerned. What if the EV run out of charge? So unless we address these challenges, it won't make sense for both the consumers to shift to EVs and as a business proposition. This is where Swap comes in to address these challenges. Swap basically allows an EV user to replace the battery of the vehicle while performing minimum work to save time and money. EV and battery separation can greatly reduce the cost of an EV. Imagine swapping out motorcycle's depleted battery for a fully charged one in just seconds. It's as easy as changing a light bulb. Our innovative energy infrastructure makes EV ecosystem sustainable, safer, economical, and making it possible to refuel EVs in less than 30 seconds. Electric motorcycles and scooter market was valued at around 30 billion in 2022 and will be 55 billion in the next 8 years with a growth rate of 5%. Asia is the largest motorcycle market in the world. Pakistan is ranked as the 5th largest motorcycle market in the world after India, China, Indonesia, and Vietnam, and the 8th most vulnerable to the long-term climate risk. Transportation sector, specifically motorcycles, are the major contributors. There are 25 million motorcycles on the road, but if we look at the number of electric motorcycles, they are roughly around 10,000 only. We are thrilled to share that we are forming strong partnerships with the leading electric motorcycle OEMs and battery experts. Major players in the last mile delivery sector have eagerly joined our waiting list and excited to experience the benefits of Swap. We have recently graduated from the Smart Futures Lab by University of Colorado, Denver, and we are an active member of Colorado Smart Cities Alliance. And our startup is supported by the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, and we are a part of NYSERDA's EIR program by the Columbia Technology Ventures and New Energy New York by Binghamton University, because we are on a mission. Our mission is to make the mobility infrastructure sustainable. Sustainable from the pollution point of view, sustainable from the energy point of view, and sustainable from the economic point of view. This is the best we can to protect and restore the climate for the generations to come. And this, to me, is a sustainable way to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Salman, for finishing it on time. Thank you so much. I'll hop into our next speaker, Himanshu from India.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajit.
Pleasure. Please stay back with us. We have got a couple of questions. I will pull it up as and when I get time. Himanshu, the stage is yours, please.
Yeah, namaste everybody. So I'm just going to share my screen with you. Everybody can see this? Okay. Yeah. So today I have around 15-20 minutes. So I'm going to tell you a lot of few stories about sustainability. Now, Sustainability Development Goal started by United Nations in somewhere 2014, 2015, and it is going to run for another 7-8 years. So you are midway somewhere. Why the sustainability becomes so important for all of us? Is it about the climate change or the waste management, or how our societies are going to you carry forward and our children can live with peace? Now, so when I did research around it, and we found out that this sustainability we are using in the modern context currently, but this word is very old. It is ancient, and I studied multiple cultures, civilization. I found this word is always there. So how we have interpreted into our day-to-day life, it becomes very different. So when I did my research, so India, we use a word called dharma, which comes from the root called dhara, which means to support. And sustainability, if you see, it comes from a Latin word. It means the same thing, exactly the same thing. So by default, we are using this word from ages, and how this word is
Himanshu, I guess we are losing you. There is a network break happening somewhere.
to the modern context. I'll just try to take you. So I'll take Mahabharata, which says that dharma. Just give me a moment. I'll just try to change. Is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So there is a saying from the Mahabharata which says dharma to hanti dharma rakshati rakshati.
Himanshu, unfortunately, we can't hear you. Oops. I guess some network issue. We'll wait for a few seconds to settle down, Himanshu.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Sorry, I don't know. Some is working fine. Yeah. So it says that and he that preserve it is himself preserved. I therefore do not sacrifice virtue, considering that if destroyed, it will destroy us. So if you take it in the context of the climate change, if you take in terms of sustainability, it talks of something very deeper. It talks about how we are organizing ourselves, that if we have to run for a short-term gains, are we sacrificing something which is bigger? So the Chinese also use the symbol of cow. If you see there, the patches over there, the white patch, there is a small, and the black patch, there is a white patch. So basically, they talk about the forces, the good and the bad. So there is, even in the good, there is something bad, and even in the bad, there is something good. How these forces balance each other, and in modern context, we come to. So, the Hungarians also have used the personification of social justice, harmony, peace, tranquility, and they have given a form of Aditi. So, Sumerian used to use it, and then if you go to Egypt, they also use a winged lady called Mar, and she represents social justice over there. If you closely watch the color of the Sustainable Development Goal 17, you will find too much clarity. The wings, carry somebody.
So technology sometimes unable to give amazing support without the network. That's where sometimes we lose connect. But yeah, still I think we'll wait for him.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know.
It's
Something is
okay.
happening.
Don't worry, it's okay. We completely understand. No worries. Please continue.
Okay.
If there is any kind of option that your sharing option is giving you trouble, you can do that without sharing as well.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I think net.
It's a really interesting speech that you are giving, Himanshu. So please carry on. Lovely presentation. Yeah.
So, now, so we says, you should plant tree. Plant is about sustainability. They will help us in green change. So can we follow this instruction blindly? Are we not going to introspect? Is planting tree the really sustainability? Is it really? We don't have to do, much more deeper thinking. We can't plant every tree. If you start planting eucalyptus tree, it will destroy the ecosystem of that place. The underground water level will destroy. There will be huge shortage of water. We have not understood it because we have not studied it properly. So what we are keep on doing, we are just designing things and things. We thinking that, okay, this is going to solve the current problem. We don't understand that the solving of this problem is not going to create another problem. So now we are talking about global warming, but it might happen that tomorrow we are going to talk about global cooling also. So this is the data which I have captured from the net, and so this is from Athens, Greece. Okay, the average temperature was around 48 degree in 1957 when there were no fossil fuels, not much of planes flying, and no much of global warming kind of a thing. So what happened is in 1987 it become 2 degree lesser. How? So have we really understood, is there real fossil fuels are causing the temperature, the global warming, or the cutting trees are causing? What is the real cause? We have to understand that. So do you know what is this exactly? So this is an IBM 5 MB data from 1956. 5 MB data, such a huge machine. Okay. And 5 MB, you're sending a video of 5 MB in your WhatsApp in a fraction of a second. So imagine how much the technological advancement has happened and how many people have really, really worked on this part. So what does this say? That yes, we require technological breakthroughs, invention, innovations, and how we are going to help all these things to help humanity in a longer run. So another invention was a sanitary pad invention, a wonderful invention. I have seen the phase when my mothers and grandmother used to have the cloth thing and the sanitary pad, done a wonderful revolution. Without realizing that after the use, the decomposition 500 to 800 years. So when people understood that, then now people are working on organic sanitary pads, but it was not thought when sanitary pads was actually brought to the market. We just wanted to solve a problem. Okay. Now that tons and tons of the sanitary pad have gone to the landfill, we understood it. Then we are trying to rectify it. So it's happening. Any innovation, lithium. So Salman spoke about the electric vehicles and batteries. So we are talking about cleaner cities, and electric vehicles are here, there, everywhere. But do we really understand that lithium extraction create a havoc into the ecosystem? The mining creates real problem, especially in Africa where it extracted, child labor, dead fishes, and this is from dead fishes when they are doing mining, and 500,000 gallons of water per ton of lithium. This happened in Chile, So we can have a clean air because of the electric vehicle, but is it going to be really clean there in that area from where the mining is actually happening? So this is the thought that when solving a problem or developing a new product or modified an existing one, use sustainability of the before working. We have to really, really think that when we are solving a current problem, the solution should not create another problem for somebody else to sort it out. So linear thinking has to be converted into circular thinking. We have to open a lot of dimensions about our product designing, development. So it can be applicable to your when you're working on artificial intelligence, when you're working on a healthcare product, when you're working on a blockchain technology, or you're trying to solve any problem of the world. You have to think deeper. So this was the PwC report, which was again published around 2014, 2015. And they talk about 5 important aspects, how the world is going to be in 2030. And it is visible in front of our eyes. Demographic shift is happening. Technological breakthrough is there. And shift in global economic power is happening. You can see in form of BRICS and how the de-dollarization is happening. How the countries are working on their payment systems. Rapid urbanization is again happening, and most important is the resource scarcity and the climate change. So our exposure pathway is everywhere. You do something 100 kilometers from your place or 1,000 kilometers from your place, you say it's nothing going to happen. It will eventually come to you in some form. So people have started finding the microplastic. Eventually, whatever the plastic which you use, and it will land to the sea, and the fish will eat, and it is lying in your body right now. You don't realize it till the time it become a really, really big problem. So I will just take you to few slides. How the jobs have changed within last 100 years. So this was the mode of transport for a lot of people. A few decades back, India, it also used to be there. I'm sure in other parts of world it must be there, but now it has changed. So this guy who used to ride the horse is nowhere. So what happens is this he used to be a poor guy who was own a horse, and he used to make money for transporting people. Suddenly, what happened? This guy become very rich. The horse owner become very rich. Is it? Because nowadays the horses have gone off the road, and no normal human can afford the horses. Only if you're a rich guy, you have a farmhouse, you can have the horses. So mode of transportation shifted. So horse owner actually become a rich guy from a poor guy. So the elephant, okay, in the ancient world, elephant used to play a very important role in the fighting. If you have the elephant on your side, you are sure that you're going to win the war. So they used to horses and the elephant, and they were treated like as a barrier. They're equivalent to a human, even much more powerful. What happened? The modern arms, ammunition come, and this elephant loses the relevance. So from the very elephant, we had converted them to a circus guy. He used to entertain us. So it has not happened only with the humans, it has happened with the animals also. And this was very, very popular in the villages, in the towns. They used to have these people who used to tie rope, and they used to do entertainment for us. Now, this job was too risky, and because these people are poor and they have to do something for the living. But can we imagine sending our children to do this kind of a job? We can't, correct? But we are doing it. Technology has taken them from the roads to the TV studio. We are doing exactly the same thing, doing entertainment. And this was the core dancer. The king used to have ministers. So one lady used to come and do dancing, and she used to entertain people. But this job, was very important because there was no technology, no WhatsApp, internet. People weren't entertainment, correct? No radio also. So they used to have this form of thing. But this job of a court dancer was not a very reputed one in the society. Now people never used to give it that kind of a respect. Now, the entertainment have changed. They become celebrities. People know them. They have gone to all the households. So this is how from the job have transformed from one form to another. And we have all would have heard the story of witches from mothers, aunt, grandmothers, that one witch used to come, you sleep properly, otherwise she will take you. And as a child, we used to feel scared. We all have this kind of a story. And if you see and this thing, and somebody has actually converted this story into a reality with the technology, so which has become, source of entertainment for you, same thing, same concept. And so this is the problem with sustainability comes how our societies are organized, how we have organized a society. What technologies is technology is going to change the job. So if you look at AI, what AI going to do? You don't think from the perspective how you're thinking or how the current problem is solving. You think from a bigger perspective. What it is really going to do in the society, how some jobs is going to become irrelevant and some jobs will going to become very, very powerful. Who are these jobs? What are these jobs? And this is sustainability, and this is the pillar on which the social, environment, and economics play a very, very important role. If you talk about sustainability, if there is no economy, there is no sustainability. And so, so there is a diagram of a society. There is a demand and supply of a job. So from India perspective, I'll say you there's a huge problem about the waste management, and because in India only one community is engaged into this kind of a job, and with the coming of education, this community is moving out of that, and there's no influx of new recruits because we created so inhumane conditions around that. So it is happening globally also. I'll come to that. So I have another 5 or 10 minutes, Rijit.
3 minutes to go.
Okay. So we have a concept of saviors, the people who comes and saves us at various walks of our life. We have idolized them and we feel connected. So there's something called guardians of security. Somebody gives a sense of security to us. So that is, you're the armed forces of any country, and the aura you create around it, and you think, okay, they are the people who are going to come and guard us. Then we have guardians of health. They are, doctors, nurses, paramedics, staff. So we created, so whenever they do advertisement for the doctor, they show the wound, the blood, the broken arm, the open heart, and when they have to, recruit for the student to come and join, or even if they have to recruit for the armed forces, any advertisement you will see where they're seeing a bomb is blasting and the soldier a leg is gone and he's wounded or he's dying. We never do that, correct? When we have to recruit people to different kind of jobs. So another thing is justice of guardians are a judiciary, of course, but these people sometimes they can't sleep in the night because if one decision can create a havoc in somebody's life. So these are the people, and then we have guardians of environment. So we think that people who are the guardians of environment, who is working on sustainability, climate change, clean tech, or somebody who is working on advocacy and going to various organizations. These are the people who actually work, and they are the people who are trying to protect the environment. We are just trying to do something which is not relevant, because it would have been relevant and it would have really, really made a lot of impact. Okay. Now what happens is, so I told you the job transformation. I am telling you about the how the society built a cult around a job. So when this cult is built around this job, and this is from the United Nations Environment, out of 8 billion people, 2 billion people don't have access to solid waste management globally, and 3 billion lack access to the controlled waste disposable facility. Now, I see it from a different angle. If you see 2 billion don't have access to solid waste management, it means how much job opportunities are there? How many people we require to, solve these people? So have we built a system around that? We have not done around that. Okay. Then another United Nations data, 1 million seabird die every year because of the plastic. So whatever plastic you use ultimately end into the ocean.
Sorry to bother. One
You
minute.
know, so yeah. So if you see this diagram, you have to give me 2-3 more minutes, Arijit. I'm just winding up. Okay. So this is the data: higher income, reduced poverty, better education, increased life expectancy, improved government finance. And this is a typical diagram of a developed nation. So what the developed nation thinks that education is there to solve all the problems of the world. Okay. And if everything is there, why the developed countries are allowing refugees to come? Developing countries never do that. Developed countries only doing that. So what they assume first thing is that education is going to solve all their problems. So Syrian refugees find heaven in Germany, Canada, and on the 3 new initiative welcome more and more refugees. So they have actually practically wiped out the lower working class. They don't have people to work in the farms, to lay the roads, and multiple things which you think is in the bottom of their society. So they have given education. When you become educated, you don't take up that job, and you work for the white collar job, and ultimately when you have to run a society, you require people. So you have to get from somewhere. So first assumption was education will sort out all the problems. Second assumption is there, if you get the people from these developing countries or people from the war-torn countries, you will be able to fill up the vacancies at the lower level. So what happened is now cultural clashes are happening in the host countries. You see, this is from France. You see, this is from Germany, and we are just like a immune frog. Can I take another 2 minutes? Yeah. So the frog
30
says that
seconds, 30 seconds, not more than that. I'm really sorry. Like
yeah.
lot
So
of
immune frog. I'll wind it up. Sorry. So immune frog, they did an experiment and they put a frog first in the hot water. The frog jumped out of it. Okay, and because it found it very hot. Then they put the frog in the cold water. They start increasing temperature by 1 degree. From 37 degree, nothing happened. 38 degree, 39. The frog was, adapting quickly to the environment for another 1 degree. After 99 degree, when the water reached the boiling level, the frog died because it has exhausted all the resources. Our situation is also like that. Earth is happening something. We are just trying to adjust. Yeah. So this is last slide, which is a Native American slide, which says that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestor. We have borrowed it from children. When we borrow anything, we have to return it with the interest. So we have still not paid the principal amount. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the beautiful presentation. It was really enlightening. I will pull up one question, then we'll move to the next speaker. The question is probably directed to Peperon and Klaus. There is a question that came, even though there are a lot of questions, like, what is a sugar balance good for? It's a question that is coming in our social media chat. Any one of you can probably take this. Peperon and Klaus, if you both are there. I can see Peperon. Mr. and Mrs. Nelson.
Yes, can I have a question again? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. Let me read it. What is sugar balance good for?
Okay. I just want to take this answer for Klaus because he is in another meeting. Oh, you want to do it? You can do it. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, he will do it. He knows the best about this sugar thing.
But keep your answer a little bit brief, please, so that we can maintain the time. Yes, Klaus, we can see you.
So can you please...
Shall I repeat?
Yes, please.
What is sugar balance good for?
Sugar balance, what
Yeah.
is good for?
Yeah.
It's technically the amounts of carbohydrates you have in your blood sugar. That's what, for normal people that don't live with any kind of disease, there are 2 types of problems with that, where it get problematic. So sugar, your body produces insulin. Insulin transports your sugar into the muscles. That's the main function. And when you have diabetes 2, your pancreas will not be as efficient. So the insulin will be less efficient. That can be treated for a long time with tablets that can increase the efficiency of the insulin, but at a certain point that will also not be enough. Diabetes 1 is an autoimmune disease where the body attacks the insulin-producing cells in your pancreas. Too much sugar in your blood simply is not healthy. For a diabetic, you can't get it out unless you take insulin from outside. And think about what you're eating. And for you guys, if you had too much sugar, you will produce more insulin, and that insulin will then transport it into your muscle, and your muscle will look for some energy, and they will start taking glycogen or glucose first. If there's none left, they will transport the fat into energy for sustaining your life. And that's why a lot of diseases can actually be cured using less medicine and more food and exercise that are balanced, right? And then think about the components of the diet. But if you ask people what is sugar, they don't know. Sugar-free orange juice, I get constantly, no sugar in orange juice in my supermarket in Bangkok. And I said, but it's only sugar. But it's fruit. Yes, fruit is sugar. People don't know. And education-wise, this is probably the biggest problem or the biggest challenge for us is enlightenment and education about what we put into our bodies. So, for me, think about this, controlling your blood sugar as a diabetic. It's like you're flying an airplane, but unless an airline, a pilot, he has a lot of instruments to know what is his flight height. My blood sugar should be around 7 in the measurement we are using, but it will go from 4 to 10 in between that. When you're hungry, you are about 5. When you are full, you will be around 9 when you measure your blood sugar. So taking a blood sugar measurement is vital. If I get too high, I will eventually get blind or get a lot of problems and a lot of issues. If I get too low, my brain can shut down, and I can technically die. And every parent with kids with diabetes is afraid of that. And it's a very complex thing. And we need data the same way that an airline can keep the aircraft. If it goes too low, it will crash. If it goes too high, it will go to space and get dizzy. The same here with me. So controlled sugar balance is all about how you sleep, there's about 52 factors influencing that, but the most important one is food and exercise and how you sleep and if you're sick or not. And this is actually something that everybody should know about, not only people with diabetes, but they don't.
Super. Thank you for the beautiful answer. I'll move to our next speaker, Shalti, if you're there. Yep, I can see you, your video. Thank you, Klaus, for the lovely answer. I'm so sorry making it so fast. Hope that after this summit, you all can give me a shout in either in the email or maybe in the WhatsApp, because I have been trying to control each and every one of you. I'm really sorry for that. I have to maintain the time. Lots of different time zones are actually logging in. So we need to give respect to every one of them. The stage is yours, ma'am. If you can kindly unmute yourself and enlighten us. After her, I'll be asking our African friend. I don't know, she's coming and going because of network. I don't know. Dorcas, you are next. So if you can kindly turn on your video after Shalti, you are there as a speaker. Yes, Shalti, please.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Tell us from where you're logging at the moment.
I'm from Dubai. Wait. Sorry, I'm not a techie person, so how do I share? Sorry, Arijit, can you?
I can't help in your screen sharing. There is a button called share screen in your Zoom. So if you click on that button, you would be able to share your screen.
Can you give me a moment, please?
No worries. Or you can send that file to me. I can share the screen for you as well.
Okay.
Or you can send the presentation in our common mail ID. My team can also pull it up.
Okay, I think that's the best.
Okay. So let me give a sequence after her. Dorcas, if you can hear me, kindly turn on your video. You are from Ghana, we know that. So you are next, and after that, we have amazing next speakers like Geeta, Sonal, Sriram, and others. Good to see you, Dorcas. Yeah, Shalti, we are waiting. Are you sending a mail? Then I need to ask my...
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So it's worldleadersummit@gmail.com. Send it to us.
Sent.
You can start speaking, like we will pull it up. Don't worry. The mail didn't came yet, so it's live happening, so you can start, yeah, for the sake of time, yeah. You can start speaking, Shalti. Or if you want us to put you after Dorcas, if it is okay.
Yeah, I think that will be fine because
please stay
driven
back.
by the
No problem.
driven by the PowerPoint. Sorry.
No problem. Please stay back with us, Dorcas. If you can turn on your microphone, we are happy to have you all the way from Africa, Ghana. Yes, please. The stage is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Arijit. So I'm Dorcas from Ghana, West Africa, and it's good to be here. It's good to be here. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes. So thank you very much. I think yes, I've gotten back to.
We can see your screen. It's a PDF file probably you are running. Woman in FinTech.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please, can you see my screen now?
No, it's gone.
Oh.
Just as a best practice for each and every speakers, that's what we have been sending probably in our all the social media. Before you join, please check your presentations, your microphone, and your videos. Yes, we can see your presentation.
Thank you very much. Yes, so today we are going to...
14 minutes hard stop, please. Yeah.
Thank you. So we are going to talk about women in FinTech. I am a lawyer in Ghana, and I'm also the founder of Women in FinTech in Ghana, and it's thriving. So I want to talk to you about what Women in FinTech in Ghana is and ways we're empowering women in FinTech and overcoming barriers and driving innovation. So, we'll talk about women and the FinTech industry. We'll talk about the importance of the women in FinTech, how it's going to shape the economy in Ghana and in Africa as a whole. We'll talk about the current landscape in women in FinTech and what it looks like. And then we'll talk about challenges facing the women in FinTech and the FinTech industry as a whole. We'll also talk about the challenges and how to overcome the challenges. And then we'll give 2 examples of how women in the FinTech industry are making strides in the industry. So, first, the women in the FinTech industry. The FinTech realm has witnessed big growth in traditional financial landscapes. However, a critical challenge persists within the dynamic sector, the women being underrepresented and underutilized, and it's penetrating even in the FinTech industry. So this presentation aims to shed the light on empowering women and overcoming and driving innovation. And we'll also look at the strategies in fostering inclusion in the FinTech industry as well. So on the importance of women in fintech, diversity is a driving force behind innovation, and the financial technology is of no exception. We actually, there are research that goes on into this, and about 21% of diverse teams perform better in making profits in every industry, especially in the context of fintechs, where the innovation is very, very paramount. We're still in the preparatory stage of financial technology in Ghana, Africa. So if diverse ideas are shared, it becomes very easy, and it's better for the industry. So the diverse perspectives are strategic assets that are supposed to be encouraged. So a McKinsey report found that gender diverse teams are more likely to outperform their peers. So when women are part of any industry, the women and the men perform better than when it's only men. That's in the McKinsey 2018 report on delivering through diversity. So so on the current landscape of women in fintech in Ghana and Africa as a whole, the women make up to about 29% of the fintech workforce. And now this is a very staggering and disturbing dynamic that we have to look at. So we know the fintech industry is growing, and it's going to control the financial sector, going to replace the traditional technology force in the world. And if in 2023, only 29% of women of the population are women, it's very staggering. So we have 29% of women, and then and when it comes to the executive, like the top executive, they're about 90% of women, which is very staggering as well. So this underscores the urgent need to address gender disparities and create pathways for women to ascend leadership roles, especially in the fintech space. Now, to go down to the challenges or the problems faced by women in fintech in Ghana and even Africa or the world as a whole, we have to look at the fintech space. When you look at the fintech space now, it's in the preparatory space where they are finance startups, financing of startups, and the venture capital funding for women and all that. And this is becoming a very big hurdle, as it's people are people are making going through difficulties in securing these funds, especially in Africa here, where we have economic challenges and changes in leadership, our presidency. We have leadership crisis, which makes it very difficult for investors to come and invest in the country. So this is a major challenge, and it affects women as well, as women are underrepresented and not given the opportunity to sit up and to do well, even get educated. It makes it very, very, very difficult for women who have the ability to be in the fintech space, not even get the opportunity to get funding. That's one of the major challenges in the fintech space, and the Women in Fintech Ghana is trying to bridge the gap in that. We also have to look at the underrepresentation in leadership. Women's limited presence in fintech that restrict their influence, as I said, impeding diversity of thought and perpetuating gender biases. So we also have to look at the gender pay gaps. We are still in this. The Ghana currently has the Affirmative Action Bill still in Parliament. We because of the African culture and how leadership in women is not really encouraged. We are trying our best to work on a bill, an act that will be passed maybe this year or next year, the beginning of next year, which will allow things like the payment of salaries in women, compensation issues to be addressed, and also problems of unconscious bias because of culture, socialization, and all that. Women are not perceived to be leaders and that hinders the women's growth in the fintech space. So I said earlier about the access to venture capital. We're still struggling to secure venture capital, limiting growth and competitiveness in the market. Societal stereotypes, as I said, work-life balance expectations, raising families in Ghana and even in the other African countries, it's no big deal. As a woman, you're expected to do most of the work in the house. So it's very, very difficult for you to be diverse, to be able to think and create ideas, even in fintech. Yes. So networking and mentorship gaps, it's very difficult because the fintech space is made up of men. So it's very difficult for the women to network well and get mentorship and role models, as the society is quite frowns on women, men, getting close and all that. So that's also a big problem in the fintech space for the women in Ghana. So in overcoming these barriers, we have to look at empowering women. Women in fintech is going down to address women, even girls in primary school and in the senior high, that's the secondary school, the universities, to empower them to face their fears and to come into the fintech space. So we also addressing organizational changes. The corporate governance rules in this country has made it a point that every company board in the country should have at least one woman on the board. So this came around last year thereabout, and it's quite helpful if it's increased. We'll see that in the fintech space as well. And also industry-wide initiative addressing challenges faced by women in fintech requires industry-wide initiative, external support. So government, as I said, governments passing the bill, financial institutions making efforts to, making special programs and making efforts to make sure women are part of technology and financial technology for that matter. So initiatives by these government institutions, financial institutions, stakeholders to help women make the fintech environment very conducive for women to do that. So in celebrating the successes, I just made I just got two companies led by women. Unfortunately, we didn't find any financial technology company led by a woman in Ghana. It's very unfortunate. I found two in Nigeria, and I want to address that. So that's Oluwatosin Olaside. It's Money Africa and Lada. She's a financial analyst, very great woman who identified financial guidance for the lack of financial guidance for young professionals in Nigeria. She launched that Money Africa, and then about 300,000 social media community with 15,000 active users. And she's currently on the way to making $1 million in revenue for Money in Africa, and this is very commendable. And also we have Jihan Abbas from Lami Technologies, which addresses the insurance coverage in Africa, and she's also making strides. So yes, these are the things that are going through the fintech industry in Ghana and Africa as a whole, and it's something that's pressing in Africa that has to be addressed. So in conclusion, the fintech workforce has seen notable increase in women, yes, rising from 10% to around 29-30% the last 5 years. And we are hoping for increase to 50% in the next 5 years as well. And yes, so today we learned that diversity drives innovation, and it's important to empower women in every sphere of life, which financial technology is at the heart of it. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Beautiful presentation. Thank you, Dorcas, for being on time and sharing this amazing input. Well, if you need any kind of support as an ecosystem regarding fintech, either that's on education, educating, or the real life implementation, definitely would love to help, would love to support the entire cause. We have a couple of amazing companies who are working in fintech in our accelerator, as well as in our ecosystem. We have super cool professors from various different respected universities, in fact, near to you as well. And interesting fact, Dorcas, in Ghana, we have got an ambassador. So for every one of you, you need to understand why we call our change maker, who is taking care of World Leaders Summit in their particular country, we call them as ambassador of World Leaders Summit. What they do, they connect and coordinate with the local players. Whatever support they need, they usually understand, learn it, and then try to give us support. So it is not done by only one ambassador. It is actually done by 97 plus countries ambassador coming together, trying to solve the issue. So if you have any kind of issues, I didn't know that it is your situation at the moment, feel free to write back to us in the respected email ID. We'll be more than happy to connect you with the local ambassador, as well as if you need more support, we'll be more than happy to do that. So now is the time. If you can kindly turn off your screen sharing, please, Dorcas. Yeah.
Thank you.
We have amazing speakers lined up. We have Sonal. She's also already there. We have Shalti, and then I can't see. Okay. We have Opiemi, and we have others as well. Okay, probably Geeta is there as well. Yes, Geeta and Sonal is from India, and we have Opiemi from Nigeria. I will move to Dubai at the moment, and then I will request Opiemi if she can test her microphone and video. You are next. I am requesting my Indian fellow two speakers to please give her some time. Because of network issue, sometimes from Nigeria, they can't connect. That's a real life fact. We have faced that in earlier times in World Leaders Summit, local networking as well. So Shalti, the stage is yours. I'll be helping you with your presentation. So yes, this is your presentation if I'm not wrong. Yes.
Thank you so much, Arijit. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in any parts of the world. On behalf of myself and the entire team of Elshanon, we want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed organizer and the founder of the World Leaders Summit, Mr. Arijit, for extending, and of course your team, for extending this invaluable opportunity every time to speak at this most anticipated World Leaders Summit. So we're on day one, and it is an honor and a privilege to be a part of this event and all the speakers, highly esteemed speakers that we have, and of course our audience. I'm Charlotte Ibanez. I'm the director of the EC Legal Consultancy and Elshanon Management Consulting. So for this session, let's go to the first slide. I will be expounding on 3 points. So first, what are the strategies of leaders? Number 2, how do we become a strategist? And number 3, learning the habits of a successful strategist and sharing it to develop other leaders within our organization. So if we know that successful leaders fascinate us, all of us, whether they are politicians or business leaders, of course, we are curious about their habits and how they became successful. So we will analyze the habits of strategic leaders, not all of the traits or the habits, but at least the essential ones, and how we can apply it into our businesses and, of course, our personal lives. Next slide, please. So, but first and foremost, we need to understand what is a strategy, why it is important, okay? in the business world, every business relies heavily on strategy. And we know this. We have heard a lot of leaders, speakers talking about what they have done in their company. And these are strategies in order for them to be successful. So to succeed in the market and meet the long-term goals of a company, we need a very clear and well thought out strategy. So its strategy is like a roadmap. It outlines the destination and the most efficient way for us to get to where we want to be. So it's a clear strategy. Without it, the businesses will end up wasting time and resources and will never reach the desired destination. So now let's go to the next slide and understand what are the importance of strategies. Of course, we all know that strategies are important first because of competitive advantage. By analyzing our competitors, market trends, and customer preferences, of course, we can identify unique strengths and opportunities for our business. Secondly, it also used for planning for future success. And if we are looking at the long-term plans, we often hear this, it's a roadmap for businesses to navigate uncertainty. We need strategies. And of course, number three, we have to align our resources. Not all companies are rich. Not all companies have a vast amount of money or resources. So we have to be very strategic about it. We need to know the importance of resource allocation, allocating our people and our assets. And we can only do that aligning our assets with organizational goals if we understand and we have a strategy in place. And of course, we have innovation, number four, and differentiation. How do we set ourselves apart? We often talk about technology, and we have heard a lot of speakers talking about leveraging on technology. And we are in the digital age, so we know we have to innovate. And for us to even innovate, you cannot be innovative if you are not strategic. And to differentiate yourself as a business leader, or your business in the market, you need to have strategy. And number five, of course, organizational alignment. Every person in your industry, from all people, from top to bottom, would be able to understand what is your goal if you have organizational alignment, and you can do that through strategy. Okay, next, we have to know what are the strategies of successful leaders. Now, there are a lot that you can see everywhere, but we will talk about the essential ones. First, make the right friends. Number two, be open to ideas. And number three, combine passion and toughness. Now, as we discuss this, we will discuss this by using case studies so that we understand these are true to life stories of successful CEOs and business leaders who have implemented it in their own organization. So if you look at the business landscape today in a fast-paced and ever-evolving market, making it necessary for strategic leaders to be in high demand. So people with this type of traits, those that are strategic, we would know that they have strategies for long-term success. So let's go to the first case. Strategy number one. Now, strategy number one, make the right friends. Now, everybody is familiar with him, of course. This may seem very basic. You will think, is that a strategy? Make the right friends? Well, let me illustrate. Now, this is Eric Schmidt. He is actually the CEO of Google in 2001. Now, in order for Google to enter its next growth phase, the founders of Google, which is Sergey Brin and Larry Page, offered him the CEO role. Now, having worked in the industry, Eric knew his craft for 20 years. Google was relatively small and young by then. So what he did was, Eric thought of partnering with Dell, with eBay, with MySpace, and MTV to build its corporate infrastructure. So if you have the right partnerships, this is what you call make the right friends. If you know the right people, as a result, they were able to make that rapid growth? We know Google now, and everybody uses Google now. So as a result of his efforts, Google made a series of opportune acquisitions, such as buying out Keyhole Incorporated, which developed Earth Viewer, and which has now, we all know, has evolved into Google Earth. So YouTube, JotSpot, and DoubleClick were also purchased by him during his leadership. So Eric helped grow from a startup company into the world's leading platform, world leading .com company in 2003, helping him to surpass the revenue of Google of $1 billion mark. So imagine that. So if we go to the next slide, what are the business lessons that we can derive from Eric Schmidt? Number one, it's impossible really to do everything ourselves. So we need to partner with the right people, with others, to take advantage of their skills. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel, as they say. Then create a list of potential new partners and determine when to approach them. So in your industry, determine who are the right people who can give me that particular boost in my operations. And number three, partner with companies that can take our business to new heights without taking too much risk. Of course, not all partnership will end up good, but you have to really carefully strategize and really know who are the best partners. Now, strategy number two, let's go to the case of Margaret Whitman. Now, strategy number two, be open to ideas. Now, Margaret Whitman actually moved from 3,000 miles, imagine that, to become a CEO of a very small, closely knit company after working several years in a blue chip company, including Procter & Gamble and Walt Disney. So after she overhauled eBay's website, we know, very familiar with eBay, all of us, which immediately increased the company profit. So what he did, she is known to excel in listening. She always listened, open to ideas. She listened to the customers' complaints, even criticism. So we have to be open to criticisms. And immediately after, not just listening, but acting directly and proactively on them. So we must be open to ideas from all stakeholders. So Whitman took decisive action when something wasn't working. She even sat down with their engineers in order to resolve technology problems. She's not a techie person, but she did that in order to catapult eBay to what it is now today. So when she heard that somebody was complaining about PayPal, okay, she resolved in buying out PayPal for $1.5 billion. So she turned eBay now into a household name. So what are the business lessons we can derive from Margaret's case? Number one, never assume that as leaders, we all know the answers. Of course not. Okay, even if you are the CEO or the managing director, you don't have all the answers in the world. So invest time in people at all levels of the organization. All of them have something to contribute. Sit with them, engage with them, have meetings with them, have conversational talk, or even follow up with them. So these are the ways that we can be strategic and derive ideas from people. Number two, consider an electronic suggestion box. So this is very nice. I find this interesting as well, to collect and examine ideas from people. So you might not know. So we must open our ideas in all sort of forms. And number three, make decisions taking people's suggestions into account. Now, of course, I heard this in one talk of Simon Sinek. He said that most of the strategies of businesses are already in the people. If we sit with our people, we can derive something out of their ideas and develop it into our own strategy. Case number three, let's combine passion and toughness. So let's look into the life. Let's go to the next slide and look at the case of Mr. Henning Kagerman. Mr. Henning Kagerman's leadership of SAP. We know SAP, of course, the ERP system, and everybody's using it today. So Henning entered the business world in a very unconventional way. Do you know that he is actually teaching theoretical physics at the time that he discovered he wanted to join SAP? So he was in the academe, but he left the academia to join SAP. So he became the co-CEO together with Mr. Hasso Plattner, the founder of SAP. And then in 2003, he assumed the full role as CEO. So after the dot-com bubble burst during his tenure at SAP, the technology took a sharp downturn at the time. So he has to have a relentless focus on the bottom line, and of course, try to combine that strategy. They were able to even launch the NetWeaver at the time, and that became one of the good products of SAP. So what are the business lessons that we can derive from Henning Kagerman? First, of course, we have to know the ins and outs of our company's financial information system, consider the financial implication, and at the same time, do some innovation and risk taking, and shouldn't be hindered by our devotion to the bottom line. So he was not afraid to be tough. At the same time, he has to take those decisions by himself in order to grow SAP in today's time. So from 35% to 45% SAP share of the market for ERP, it has grown, and they were able to even purchase Business Object, which for $4.8 billion. So it means that they have really grown. Now,
Brilliant.
in the
Shalti,
next
if
phase,
you know that we have a person from Korea, he is from SAP itself. Please continue.
oh, wonderful, wonderful. That's nice. So they can probably share the success of their company. Thanks, Arjit, for mentioning that. Now, these are the things that we can learn from Henning. Tough, but at the same time, you are not afraid to follow your passion. So if we go to the next slide, learning from these 3 case studies, how do we become a strategist? That's a question. What's in it for me? What are the things that we can learn? So first and foremost, we have to understand the business landscape, develop analytical skills, leverage on our expertise, embrace continuous learning, and practice strategic thinking. How can we do that? Let's dissect. Number 1, let's go to the next slide, please. So number 1, understand the business landscape. Now, leaders in business need a deep understanding of the market trends. We have to study the dynamics and even our competitors in order to know the market well. And according to Harvard Business Review, 80% of CEO devote their time. Imagine their external time on these things, because these are the things that you cannot control. So you have to be conscious about them, these factors, and try to strategize. What are the things that you can do as a CEO or as a business leader in your organization? So understanding the business landscape. Number 2, on the next slide, please. Let's develop analytical skills. Now, identifying potential opportunities and assessing complex problems or situations require analytical thinking for strategies. So for us as leaders, business leaders, we have to have the ability to analyze patterns, gather data, and make data-driven decisions so that we can develop our businesses. Number 3, leverage on expertise. If we go to the next slide, please, we can see that in addition to seeking out expertise within our own organization, we can actually gain insights from outside it. So collaboration with cross-functional teams. Now, in this example, if you have noticed, this is the CEO of Coca-Cola. What he do every time, he oversees a program whereby this is what is, I will name it as 6-3. Every 6 months, he will convene all the country managers and spend 3 days with top corporate team. Why? Because they will discuss every aspect of the business. And from there, in that 3 days, they will spend time brainstorming, trying to resolve the pertinent issues of the day. And these are the things where they will be able to craft the strategy to resolve any problems they are facing in the business. And this is something that we can all learn from. Number 4, the next slide, please. Embrace continuous learning. Now, we have to be a lifelong learner. You can never innovate if you are not learning all the time. So we have to keep up with the latest trends. We have to establish strategic networks with other business leaders, and of course be updated every single time. And number 5, practice strategic thinking. In the next slide, you will see that Hermia Ibarra, she is a professor of INSEAD Business School and London Business School, and she often writes an article at Harvard Business Review, and she has a lot of books as well. And she mentioned one of the things, the outside principle. Now, as a business leader, how do we practice strategic thinking? She was saying that in her book, Act Like a Leader and Think Like a Leader, she gave an example to illustrate this outside principle. She cited a production manager who keeps allocating 2 hours every day for uninterrupted thinking. Now, the problem is, she said, in order for us to become a business leader, a strategic business leader, we have to reverse the sequence. We often do think, we always first think and then we act. She said she's challenging the conventional wisdom. You have to think first. You have to act first, then think. She was saying,
I'm so sorry, Shalti. I'm really sorry. We really need to wrap up. It's like overshooting the time, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So that would really work if we reverse it. And she explained that if we try something new and then observe the result, that is the only time we are trying to internalize it. So on the last slide, we will see learn the habits of to encapsulate my talk. There are 3 things that we need to do. First, we have to identify who are the potential leaders within our organization. We can only do that if we know who are the proper leaders that can develop or that can be developed. And then, of course, we have to allocate time to do some mentoring, developing them, exposing them to all sorts of trainings and programs. And of course, we have to provide them a leadership development plan. Now, before we end, I want to leave you with this quote. This is a quote from Mr. Nelson Mandela. He's the president of South Africa, and we say, "A leader is like a shepherd. He stays behind the flock, letting the most nimble go out ahead, whereupon the others follow, not realizing that all along they are being directed from behind." So as a leader, we have a very important job. We have to know what are the things that we need to implement. We must be able to challenge unconventional wisdom, commit ourselves to lifelong learning, and have that tenacity to withstand all odds. Thank you so much for this opportunity, although for the interest of time, but thank you so much for this amazing time, Arijit. And I hope that somewhere along the way, people have picked up a few lessons on being a strategic leader. Thank you.
I'm sure about that. You have been a dear friend and a supporter of World Leader Summit for last couple of years. I'm sure that a lot of us have learned a good number of things regarding leadership. For me, well, a good leader is someone who is making other people as leaders. So with this note, I will request OPME from Nigeria to kindly turn on her video and microphone. Next, if I can have Sonal and Geeta sequentially. We are just keeping her on the top, OPME, because of her internet issue. OPME, kindly from Nigeria, please turn on your microphone and video. all other speakers are actually waiting for you and the audience. OPM, please. Can you hear us? Yeah. You can turn on your mic.
Hello, good afternoon from Nigeria. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for the delay. It's actually due to the network here, and I'm glad that I'm here now and we can just get started. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ariju. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to share from everything that I've learned in years, to be able to impact other entrepreneurs watching us right now, both on YouTube and here on Zoom. And I want to say hello to every other speakers. You've been wonderful. I've been learning a lot before now from you all, and it's been a very wonderful session. So I am Okpayemi Omoyele from Nigeria. I am the head of operation for Africa's Young Entrepreneurs Organization, the largest entrepreneurship organization in Africa at the moment. And part of what we do also is to, work with different entrepreneurs from across Africa to be able to develop, train, and then help them to be able to, add values to their different country that they represent. And I'm glad that this particular event that we're having right now is also to add to the development of entrepreneurs, not just in Africa now, but across the world. So we are actually doing a very, very great job having this meeting right now. So today I will be speaking on the role of female entrepreneurs to economic development. So I will also be quick about it. There are benefits to the economic development globally and then locally, and also how to build more female entrepreneurs for poverty eradication, for economic development, and for job creation, and so many other amazing things that we can benefit from having more female entrepreneurs in our different countries. So in recent times, we have learned that businesses led by women usually don't stay for long, or they tend to quit few months into the business with no result to show for it. The world has really, really changed. I must tell you that the world has changed, and countries or nations who do not pay attention to women in business now or female entrepreneurship are left behind in the change that is currently taking place around the world. Because my experience in entrepreneurship development has actually brought me a lot of possibilities, growth, and the advantage women entrepreneurs bring to the economic development of any country that embraces it. Not just that, right? Even to their immediate environment. So women are powerful. Women are powerful, and their will to do whatever they rise to do cannot be easily broken. And that is why we need to lay more emphasis. We need to push and encourage more women in business, because even with the advantages that they bring to the economy of any country is enough to boost that economy, For example, we have female entrepreneurs like Sarah, known as Madam CJ Walker. I'm sure that most of us here in this room probably are aware of who Madam CJ Walker is. She was the first female entrepreneur in history. She was the first self-made millionaire in the US. We also have others like Nehal, an Indian American who co-founded a data technology streaming company. We have Oprah Winfrey, we have Ibukun Awosika from Nigeria, and the richest woman in Africa, which is Folorunsho Alakija, who is the managing director of Rose of Sharon Group, and many other female entrepreneurs making huge impacts in their respective countries. This is to show us that there is power in female entrepreneurship. Dear thought leaders, dear speakers, dear entrepreneurs, there is a need. I know that we've been focusing on entrepreneurs generally, especially male entrepreneurs, leaving behind the female entrepreneurs who probably have this trait of becoming even better in their choosing field of entrepreneurship. All right. So I want us to look deeply into this course. So we have importance of female entrepreneurs. The importance of female entrepreneurs cannot be overemphasized, and the need for every continent to support, invest, and encourage more women in business. Through research, women can be considered as the fastest growing entrepreneurs in the world. Women entrepreneurs also play a very vital role in economic development through job creation, like I mentioned earlier when I was introducing my topic, poverty eradication, wealth, education, human development, health, nations development, especially in developing countries. Hence, they are crucial to the growth of any economy. So all I'm saying now is that there is a need to intentionally build up more female entrepreneurs wherever we are. And there is a need to also rise, to support the movement that makes it very easier for female entrepreneurs to have access to grants, funds, business funds, and other support. Because usually you see that when there is an event that has to do with fundraising for business, most of the time, people tend to focus on the male entrepreneurs because they feel like they can manage funds appropriately. But I'm here to say that even female entrepreneurs now have the larger capacity to even manage business funds to the height of any business success right now. Like I said earlier, we have the likes of Madam C.J. Walker, we have the likes of Oprah Winfrey, we have the likes of Ibukun Awoshika, right? So there is a need to invest more in female entrepreneurship because that might just be the game changer for any country right now. I also say that female entrepreneurs serve as role models, breaking gender barriers and inspiring more women to pursue entrepreneurial endeavors, fostering a more equitable society. Culturally, we have the inclusion of diverse perspectives for female entrepreneurs, bring innovation, creativity, and a broad range of products and services to the market, enriching the cultural fabric of business landscape. So usually we see that in a particular location, because we have more female entrepreneurs, we have more job creation. So the advantage of having people, engaged with one job or the other is high, where we empower more female entrepreneurs in any chosen field of entrepreneurship. And I'm sure that the reason why we have this event right now, this summit right now, is to touch every aspect of entrepreneurship across the world, from the male angle and from the female angle. So statistics showcasing contributions of female entrepreneurs. We have, according to the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, GEM, women entrepreneurship rates were rising, contributing to economic development. In the United States, for example, women-owned businesses accounted for a substantial portion of new businesses generating revenue and employment. The International Labour Organization reported that women entrepreneurs were instrumental in job creation, particularly in sectors like healthcare, education, and technology. And I also added by myself, agriculture. Yes, we have more female entrepreneurs right now rising up from the angle of agriculture, and I would not want us to leave that behind also. Data also indicated that the venture capital landscape were gradually becoming more inclusive, with an increasing number of investments going to female-founded or co-founded startups. So this is actually to make us know that a lot is happening, a lot, when it comes to the female entrepreneurship. And that is why we need to take it even more importantly, we need to focus on that aspect. So from the angle of innovation, we have studies suggested that diverse terms, including those led by women, tend to foster more innovation, contributing to technological and social advancements. It's actually very, very interesting to see women, managing tech companies, and advancing it and building it up to the level whereby you almost think that this tech organization is probably owned by a male entrepreneur. Meanwhile, it's being managed by a female, to show that it is not just about male now, we also have female who have proven that they are capable, like myself, to handle any business, to manage any territory and become successful. Another major thing to note is that female entrepreneurs often initiate businesses with a social impact focus, addressing with social issues such as sustainability, health, and education. So we have also the illustration of female entrepreneurship positive impact on GDP. I'm sure that we all know what GDP is. As we all know that gross domestic product is a key economic indicator that measures the total value of all goods and services produced within a country's border over a specific period, usually annually or quarterly, just to remind us of what GDP is. Female entrepreneurs positively impact GDP by contributing to economic growth through increased business activities. As women create and expand businesses, they also stimulate production and consumption, directly influencing GDP. Additionally, job creation is a notable outcome as these entrepreneurs generate employment opportunities within their enterprises by fostering diverse and inclusive work environments. Dear listeners, female entrepreneurs contribute to a more robust and dynamic labor market, further enhancing overall economic prosperity. So right now, dear world leaders, right here in this room, I just want to encourage us to support and inspire female entrepreneurs across the world, because by doing that, it is crucial for fostering innovation and economic growth. I also want to encourage us to, to mentor more female entrepreneurs wherever we are and wherever we are right now, having this program or speaking from or listening from. I want to encourage us to engage in more mentorship programs in our respective countries, networking events, educational workshops, especially tailored towards aspiring female entrepreneurs. I want us to promote awareness about funding opportunities and then advocate for policies that promote gender equality in entrepreneurship. By celebrating and sharing success stories of female entrepreneurs, we can also inspire the next generation and create a more inclusive and diverse entrepreneurial landscape. So just to reiterate what I've said earlier, I've spoken about the economic value that female entrepreneurs brings. I've spoken about the diversity and the innovation part. I've spoken about the market expansion, social impact, empowerment, and gender equality, and then global competitiveness and financial inclusion. So I just want to encourage us today, please, let us push more efforts towards this cause. So my closing statement today will be, the future of our global economy will shine brighter even when we embrace and celebrate the limitless force, that female entrepreneurship brings to the forefront. Together, let us build a world where every aspiring woman entrepreneur finds not just opportunities, but a supportive community like this one that we are having right now, propelling her towards unparalleled success. And this will take me to an important project that is coming up right now in Africa. Is currently building up, and I really want us to be aware of it. So right now there is a project called the Entrepreneurship Village happening in Africa right now. To be precise, it's coming up in Akure, Ondo State, part of Nigeria. Being that we are global thought leader right now in this room, I want us to just imagine that having an institution that brings all entrepreneurs together across the world in one space, learning, having the right access to facilities to enhance their growth, make them better, make them unique, make them leaders in their respective country. Having that kind of institution in one place that houses these thousands of entrepreneurs across the world, how would that feel? And that is why we have the e-village in view. So you might want to check what the e-village is. You can just Google it, the Entrepreneurship Village. You will see it on Google, and everything that the e-village stands to bring to the global world, which is also another means to enhance the global economy as a whole. Thank you very much, Arijit, for having me today. It's been a very a good pleasure. having to speak on this particular topic, and together with all the amazing speakers in this room. Thank you very much, and I do not take it for granted.
Thank you so much, Opiyemi, for keeping it brief and on time. Thank you, all the participants, for joining. I'll be requesting our next speaker, Sonal. If you are here, kindly turn on your microphone and your video. And next is Geeta. Yes, Sonal. Welcome to World Leader Summit 2023 online version. For everyone, before she starts, this version of World Leader Summit this year is happening online and offline both. We're doing it on 2nd of December, starting from today. We're going to have more and more speakers from various different parts of the world, starting from Greece towards Korea, to Thailand, towards Dubai, to African countries like Ghana and Nigeria. Now we are, we crossed Pakistan as well. And then now we are in India. And from India, we'll move towards USA and Canada time zone very, very soon. So waiting for Sonal's speech. Over to you. 15 minutes dedicated for you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Arijit, for giving me an opportunity to speak on such a bigger platform. And good evening, everyone. This is Sonal Mehta from India. And I take this opportunity to interact with all of you here and discuss on a topic called spirituality and leadership. I guess, I was listening to a couple of people before me and, amazing session that these guys have taken till now on women entrepreneurships, on fintechs, on leaderships. So, probably I would just like to continue some more discussion further on it. So, to begin with, I would just like to begin with a small Sanskrit shloka. I don't know how many of you would be able to connect with that, but I think, it's a very important shlok which I would like to start with. It's yada yada akrati srahastas tat tat evantro janaha soyat pramanam kurute lokas tat amruvate. English version of that would be whatever and whichever does he act, respectable leaders, and that along with whatever he performs, all the world will follow his footsteps. So just, a brief about, spiritual leaders that we've been talking about today. So just a small shloka to begin with that. So I would like to divide my discussion into 2-3 pointers. One, briefly to introduce myself a little better as to, the kind of work that we've been doing. 2, I would like to discuss a little more about leadership before I jump into spirituality and leadership. So I come from India. I'm Sonal Mehta. So I'm basically a corporate banker where, I've been in the financial domain for quite 20 plus years now, where I work with companies on their growth journeys. So whenever, somebody is looking at raising fund for their expansion, so I generally work with the promoters and the CFOs on the growth journey to help them strategize on their growth plans. Apart from that, I also work as a mentor with IIT Guwahati with a couple of their students on their projects, which these guys have been working on right now. And I also have been working currently with a couple of real estate platforms where, I would represent women as an entrepreneur. So in India market, when you're talking about, women in real estate is not a very common connect. So I represent Naredko Mahi, which is a platform for women, where we've been encouraging women to come into real estate, to work in real estate. So we have a member team of 100 plus today, where there are promoters, there are architects, there are designers, people like me who coming in from financial domain. And we've been promoting women in real estate. So that's a concept that we generally work on. So then to begin about leadership. So it's like, frankly speaking, if you talk about today, so leadership has nothing to do with rank. So it's like, there are so many people I know, who are sitting at the top of the organizations, but people listen to them, but they don't follow them, because they are not able to connect with them. So that's one logic. And similarly, there are other people I know in the organization who are not at a leadership role but they are still respected. and people really get motivated looking at them. For the simple reason, they look at people at their left, they look at people at their right, and they do things to motivate them, to grow them by their action, whatever is taken up by the leaders. So as a leader, it becomes your responsibility to work with the team, to work for the welfare of the team, to motivate them, to take them to the next level. So whenever you're hiring somebody, you should have in mind what is the growth plan that you're talking about them. It's not a 1-year plan, it's not a 2-year plan. So whenever you're hiring somebody, so you should have a plan for them as to, what is your growth plan for them for next 3 to 4 years. Unless and until you have that clarity in a person when you're hiring, I think, you should take a call on it, whether you should hire this person or not. Because, any organization when you're talking about is known by its people. And if you cannot motivate and grow a person, then you are failing as a leader. That's my personal thought that I talk about. So generally, we can choose to be leader. We wish we had. So whenever we are reaching a certain stage in your career, so you often think about, oh, if I had this opportunity, I would have done better. Oh, if I had this leader, I would have done better. So I would say, instead of just complaining, now is the time you should set an example for others to follow. So be the leader that you wanted always to be there in your life. You should be a leader for that person to be. And then I would also say, that leadership is not a one-day journey. So being a leader, you have to be a student and you have to keep learning every day. Learning could be from books, from articles that you're talking about, from talks that we've been having today, these kind of talks. So it's like always been a leadership journey. It's always been a learning journey, I would say. And there is never a perfect leader. Like there is never a perfect parent, so there is never a perfect leader. So you have to keep brushing your skills every day to make yourself to the next level. So, and people would certainly respect you only if they can learn something from you. Otherwise, it'll be just a scenario where you are talking, they will do yes, yes, no, no, but there is nothing a learning or a growth plan that they can talk about from you right now. I have also seen leaders, who are backbenchers. Generally, people, when they're talking about leaders, they talk about their vision, they talk about their charisma that they carry with them. But frankly speaking, I personally know I've been interacting with so many founders, I've been interacting with so many CEOs on and off basis. I know so many leaders today who are media shy, who are backbenchers, but they are very successful leaders for the simple reason they have the courage. They have the courage to stand by the people that they work with during the good times, during the bad times. They also have the courage to stand up for the decisions that they have taken, be it the right decision, be it the wrong decision, but they have the courage to stand back by that. They have the courage to stand by the vision that they started the company with. See, it's a business. Business has their own ups and downs. So it's, the promoter who basically stands in front whenever there is a challenge which comes in. So I think, besides a charisma, besides a vision, it's the courage of a promoter to stand by the team, to stand by the vision, which makes a company successful today. You look at any big leader that you have today. So it's just the promoter which, becomes a front face in any challenging situation which comes onto the company. And then coming back on spirituality and leadership as such, as a subject that we were talking about. So I just made some pointers, which I would just refer back at some time in betweens. So what is the definition of spirituality and leadership? I think, we've all been hearing a lot about spirituality and leadership, and, people have been following it very regularly. But what exactly does that mean? So spirituality in leadership often refers to leaders' inner life and belief. So, and how the belief guides his actions and decisions and the impact that he creates on his team. It's about leading with values like compassion, integrity, a sense of purpose. spiritual leaders are often seen as those who inspire others through their commitments and personal organizational values. So it's like, if you have a leader who believes in the organization, who believes in the commitments that he talks about, so it's like, then it's an organization which I think you should definitely work on. So primarily, I come in from a corporate banking background, where we've been associated with a merchant banking firm. So, with our kind of a culture that we work with, we have a very open door policy. So it's like, where we have certain rules that we follow, where we have certain discipline that we follow, where we have certain spiritual aspects that we follow. And we are very, very clear about that, that these are our organizational goals. These are the values that we want in our organization for people to follow. And irrespective, in case we feel that that person is not able to sink in with the organization, even after giving so many chances to him, we don't take time to tell him to move out. Because, I personally believe that, one wrong hire or, one wrong person who's not able to sink in with your organizational goals or your values may spoil the whole culture. So it's very important to have a goal defined. A spiritual leader has to take a responsibility on his beliefs, integrity, and how it's been passed on to the team. That's a responsibility of a spiritual leader today. So when we're talking about the role of a spiritual leadership and the impact that it's create, one, it's like, it creates a positive impact on the employee morale. So spiritual leadership signifies improves the employee morale. A study, which was conducted recently where we're talking about involved 278 employees from an organization who have demonstrated spiritual leadership, enhanced employees' personal spiritual needs, intrinsic motivational sense of responsibility, and, helps them to get back to work. So this has generally happened, post-COVID also. A lot of people have, because of working from home as a culture, have had a lot of challenges getting back to work or adjusting back to the work culture. So, I think these kind of values generally create a very positive impact on people coming back to the organization. The second one is the challenges in the modern organizational motivation. So we, generally when we're talking about increments or we're generally talking about appraisals, so most of the people, generally managers particularly think, okay, when we are giving a growth to somebody or when we're giving an appraisal to somebody, the employee should stick to the organization, a general scenario that we talk about today. But frankly speaking, we were evaluating some of the data from the past where I was researching for the discussion today. There was a report which was done in April 2020 suggests that, 2/3 of the employees agree that maintaining employee morale is a significant challenge. And especially, in sectors like residential or food services or healthcare, most of the employees, majority of the employees, up to 73% of the employees complain about, low morale as such when you're talking about. So that means, whenever you're talking about incentives, apart from incentives, there are other things also which need to be taken care. Then there was another survey which was done in 2021 by the LinkedIn Global Survey, which identified, the key priorities for a job seeker worldwide today is the paramount importance of the work-life balance, which, like, we were talking about, was earlier very much taken care. But after COVID, where, people have been working, a lot of them from work from home also, that work-life equation had actually gone for a toss with a lot of people, because people used to complain, work from home, although, when people talking about, we don't have a work-life balance. It's like 12 hours, 14 hours, 15 hours, we are sitting on the system, working on it. And, the management thinks that, we are sitting at home, so we don't have any much work to do. So there's just been uploading and giving us more work. So there's a normal complaint which has been coming from a lot of people. So there, the spiritual leadership and motivational plays a very important role where, this shift poses challenges for organization, particularly in the realm of motivation and trust, crucial for their survival. So a spiritual leader has to recognize that, how to positively create that environment for a people so that, people stick to the organization because since office and communications have been very, very slow due to work from home. So he has to make sure that, people are inclined to working spiritually and towards a goal there. Then the spiritual leadership also creates a self-efficiency and an interpersonal trust among people. So whenever we're talking about it has a significant positive impact on the self-efficiency and the interpersonal trust, these factors play a mediating role between spiritual leadership and employee morale. Another study that I was looking at found that, after adding variable of self-efficiency and interpersonal trust, the impact of spiritual leadership on employee morals remains significant. And the explanatory ability of the equation for the dependent variable is enhanced. So couple of things, when we were talking about has been transformational from a leadership perspective, from the spiritual side, I think, we need to focus and work on is, giving the right environment and the right kind of situations to people to work. So that's the impact which a spiritual leader has to create within the organization. So I think, these are a couple of points which I had worked on. So would be happy to discuss in case there's something else which we can work on.
Thank you so much for the beautiful sharing. Yes, you are right. Spirituality is actually way up looking at life. And I'm really glad that he actually took out Sanskrit sloka, close to my heart. Been practicing Sanskrit since my childhood. Well, because of time constraint, probably I'll skip a few bit of questions, but yeah, this is the right times. We should move from Sonal to Geeta and then eventually Pascal. Geeta is coming from a tech background, willing to share something on artificial intelligence, coming from spirituality to AI. We had AI in the first half of World Leaders Summit. A gentleman talking from SAP, from Korea, and now we are in India, willing to listen to you, Geeta. Over to you, please. Sonal, please stay back with us. If we get any kind of question in social media, we'll be more than happy to ask you. Pascal, more than happy to hear you next. Yes, Geeta, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Arijit, and thank you so much, everyone. It was really nice session, and your spirituality is really nice. And Sanskrit, I love this subject, obviously, but right now I'm working in AI, so just almost forget Sanskrit. So thank you so much to remind me. Yeah.
Thank you, Geeta. All the best.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, can I share my screen? Yeah. First of all, I want to introduce to myself. I am Geeta from Gwalior in India, Madhya Pradesh. Actually, Gwalior is some little city, so I should say Madhya Pradesh. And I'm the CEO at Kanishka IT. I'm a data scientist, and I'm an organizer of Google Developer Group in Gwalior and brand ambassador of the Women Techmaker. So actually, I'm a data scientist, so obviously I'm passionate about the AI, data science, information, machine learning, deep learning, and etc. But 20 plus years, I have experience, I'm doing work in this line. So I have done many projects using AI, and obviously AI impacting in all over the area in our daily life. If we play game from childhood, you can see if we play game and other things, mobile filled a lot of with AI applications. So obviously AI surrounding us and obviously impacting to our each area of life. But in healthcare, obviously AI impacting and playing big role, because using the AI, obviously we achieved a lot of things, and still we have to achieve a lot of things. Using the AI, we can save the life, we can face challenges, and we can cover most of challenges, and we can do many things. So we want to share my screen, and I want to go to my next slide. So obviously about the AI, already I told you about the AI. AI, it's already everybody know what is the AI. It's the artificial intelligence. In this, machine will learn and machine will take decision like human and impact your life, obviously like ChatGPT. So now we want to discuss about the AI in healthcare. So I want to addressing some issues and challenges which impacting our healthcare system. First of all, first problem, if we say about the problems which addressing in my lecture today, first is accessibility, second is quality, and third is affordability. So if we talk about the accessibility, so we know doctors in India and in all over the world are shortage of the doctors, obviously, because in India, doctors are not sufficient and can't reach in each area of the India. India has some restricted area, some narrow area, and doctor are and specialist can't reach every place of the India and every area, every place of the area. So that's why many of the pupils of India and many of the area are untouched still from the specialization of specialist doctor, specialization in particular diseases or many things. So that's the reason they can't help. They can't take any type of the help. They can't take any type of the profit from the advanced doctor, advanced medical technology. So how can we addressing this problem? How can we solve this issue? Because shortage of the healthcare in a professional, particular rural area, limit access of the quality, obviously is a big problem. And geographical barrier, because India has a big diversity, so it's not possible. We can call any doctor, any professional, any quality surgeon, any area from any area. So that's why this is a big barrier of doctor and medical science to give their personalization, their facility to each one. So what can we do using the AI? So using the AI solution, we can build some smart tool. Using this tool, we can care, remote care to patient without reaching there, without meeting in your hospital, in your city. So you can check using the virtual consultation, or you can provide your specialty, you can provide your specialization to local doctors. That not means that you are replacing the local doctors. Obviously, local doctors are more helpful. If you need emergency and you have any problem, then first of all you will call local doctors. But local doctors can take help from the surgeon, from the professionals, from the expert using this type of the virtual tool. And other hand, local doctor can do practice using this virtual tool and virtual AI tool. So that's the reason AI can give and can reach each area of the not India, in the world also, where not facility of the good hospitality and good medical practitioners. So that's why AI can go any there and reach any there and provide any type of special treatment to anyone. So empowering local doctors with AI collaboration approach, then I told you, imagine local doctors reverse real-time support and guidance from AI powered system. And right now we are working on some apps also with help of some doctors. They can share their knowledge, their experience, their research, their guidance to local doctors, empower them and help them to prove themselves and to provide good service to local patient and local pupils. Enhance quality of the practical knowledge. So now we want to talk about the quality, because quality is a big problem. If we talk about in India, still Indians are taking some traditional type of knowledge, like in colleges, in medical colleges, and some other types of organization. So they are having only traditional knowledge. They are practicing on the theory-based knowledge, or they are practicing on the available dead bodies or some obviously dummies. So how can they get practical knowledge? how can they understand real problems? Because now AI is facing a lot of healthcare is facing a lot of challenges. So this is a very important. Doctor must be coming doctors or aspiring doctors must be cover and ready to all type of challenges. So this is a very important. They should take practical knowledge. So using the AI, we can do this. How? So robotic surgery is a leap quality education. Actually, robotic surgery is a big help in healthcare. Using robotic surgery not means that doctor will not be available there. Robotic surgery can help big surgeon to reach any we can say any particular area where doctor can't reach there, doctor can't take immediately action. So robotic surgery will help to surgeon and professional to take action and take analyzing in this condition, and after record the all session without interrupting privacy of the patient, because obviously patient will not disclose their identity, but robotic surgery will record everything, and after this operation other doctor can learn this record section without interrupting timing, and obviously experts have no time to they can teach, they can promote doctor, they can give their time to teach them. So recording session, the live recording session obviously can help to the new doctor, and doctor can learn from them and can improve the quality, and this type of delicate operation they can improve their personality and their knowledge also. So for decision making, the personal care in a data driven approach, actually if it are timely and accurate decision is very important part to in healthcare. Because if we talk about the cancer, if we talk about the HIV, so obviously patient will be come in the critical condition because late diagnosis, and because our doctors and some rural area clinics and some hospital obviously take still traditional method to diagnosis their problems and their checkups, like biopsy, then heart checking, blood pressure reports, and report again and again reports. Then after that they will take the decision over, okay, this is it has some problem, it has to something. So in that condition, sometimes this delay can be more harmful to person. It can be dead also. It can be very critical condition. If we take decision on time, then obviously we can save their life. So using the AI, because AI computation is very highly speed than human person. If we use the AI, we use algorithm, we use machine learning method, because a human take this data, images, data, information, number of information. These information can be 100 of rows, 100 of the columns, 1,000 of the rows. So for the human person, it's not a possible. It will analyze in time, in short time. So using the AI, it can be possible in minutes. So obviously using the AI, we can go on we can take decision on time in a very little time, and we can and this AI will not analyzing only your data. Sometimes it will predict, sometimes it will give analyzing, sometimes it gives an insight more accurate, and doctor can take decision on time and can start treatment on the time. AI for rapid cancer diagnosis. So I want to just share this example because because I'm doing research in this area, and right now making project AI helping to HIV pupils. But right now I want to share some about cancer, because cancer is a very threatened diagnosis diseases. Whenever we know about the cancer, then almost people come to know about the cancer when it in third stage or fourth stage, and it's a very difficult to save their life. But using the AI, there are a lot of tools which can detect early system. And right now healthcare system in Hyderabad and cancer hospital in Ahmedabad, they are using this tool to detect cancer in early system. Because some patient, this is an example of the rural area, but I want to show one accident. Okay, people go in the hospital and check their okay, they have some problem, he has some problem and he want to check if there is something wrong. Then after checking, after blood testing, after a lot of testing, the diagnosis negative in cancer. And after a few months after, they came to know, yeah, he has cancer in 3rd stage. So this is a really danger problem, because obviously if he can know about it earlier system, then obviously he can save their life, and he can save not their life, surely their life, and he can save their money also. It can be affordable, because the 3rd stage, 4th stage is a more expensive to take treatment for this. So using the AI system, why it's happened? Because whenever we because cancer suddenly, cancer is just like a germs, and it is suddenly come in the growing in the thousand of the germs in a shape, in the cancer shape. But in an earlier system, it's so tiny, and sometimes it will not detect by reports, by other reports like MRI also, it will not detectable. So it's a detectable report by human, by naked eyes, it's just a 13% in earlier stage. But using the AI, we try to detect this type of cells, this type of sub-issue cell tissues. This is a 39% accuracy rate to detect this. So obviously AI can save human life more than like a human. It's not a like a human, because obviously, but human has some capacity. Human could not take immediately decision, and just I said, it's a very tiny cell in an earlier stage. Cancer is a very tiny cells in an earlier stage, not detectable. But AI or computer and many type of imaging like imaging algorithm can catch, not only catch, can highlight the cells, and doctor can take decision and immediately can remove this type of cells and can save their life in early stage. AI for personalized HIV treatment. I'm working on this project.
Geeta, just to give you a head up, we are running out of time. If you can wrap up fast, it will be great. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Just I want to share something little bit. Okay. Actually, AI, how can AI help to people? In a many ways, AI can help in HIV treatment, but most we are using some tool which can monitor people if you have a HIV, and we are creating some bot also which can treat, which can give education, which can write consultation, which can write treatment to people. So using this bot, we can help many HIV people. And this is a MRI, already I told, I think I should skip because time constraint is there. So enhancing patient care with medical portfolio. I want to share this point because obviously if you are right now working in the Indian government and others, and you know India government is trying to make Indian portfolio, medical portfolio since 5 years, because medical portfolio can save not only your life, in fact you can save from cheaters also, because your medical portfolio, you save your diagnosis reports, and you have to create your central medical history, which will not editable with anyone. So doctor will not make a fool, and doctors will not any type of the scam. So you can show your report, you can take right treatment in any area of India or other also. So AI impact HIV. So really I have little time, so I think I should wrap up. So I just want to say, I was on the conclusion. So AI can save your life using the making the fast treatment, and monitor your health like heart diseases, diabetes, or earlier diagnosis, or monitor can your body, your case study, your body data can analyze, and we can understand what type treatment can be better for you. And obviously not it will give you only diagnosis support, it will give you mental support, emotional support, without without disclose your privacy. Using the chatbot, we can encourage you, educate you without any human interruption. Thank you so much. this is a little time. So if you have any doubt or you have any question, you can directly connect me. I have a lot of research, so this is it's not possible we can share in short time. So no problem, next time. But if you have any doubt, please connect with me.
Geeta, what we are going to do, we have monthly program. So I will give you for everyone, not only you, for everyone. World Leaders Summit, we do that yearly as a big program, but within that network, we have monthly meetup, we have monthly workshop that we do in our incubator. So for everyone, we run an incubator and an accelerator, both separate. One is called Entrepreneur Phase, another one is called Co-Innovate Ventures. Co-Innovate Ventures is the accelerator. Along with that, we have World Leaders Fund, wherein we try to help the growth stage companies to grow with our mentoring, market connect, and funding support. In Entrepreneur Phase, we have monthly meetup workshops that we take for startups and revenue stage companies. There, we'll be more than happy to have you for a full workshop session. It can be probably for 45 minutes max, right? More than happy to have you. I understand within this short time, it's very difficult to define AI. Coming from tech background, working on codings like Python and C# and a couple of others, and Rust and Lua, I understand what you speak, and I understand how you are trying to define it within short time of 15 minutes. Really sorry for this. Like, I have to be a devil like this, otherwise I can't run the program. I'm really sorry. But yeah, if you can kindly turn off your screen share, please stay back with us. I'm sure that we're going to have a couple of questions. In fact, we had that for all your speakers, but one or two are not here with us. So this is the time we should move from India to a beautiful country where I love their food. To be very honest, I've been there. My God, what a food that they have. So we have Pascal from Lebanon. Over to you, ma'am. The stage is yours, please. 15 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. How are you? I'm going to share my screen before I start. Okay, so just can you confirm seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So hi, everyone. I'm going to just introduce myself quickly. I'm Pascal Dahrouj. I'm from Lebanon. I'm the founder and CEO of WillMind, with its 3 divisions, being the WillMind Academy, the WillMind Mediation and Arbitration Center, and the WillMind Consulting Services. So the topic I'm going to talk about today is dispute resolution in an ever-changing world. And dispute resolution is a topic that is not just important for maintaining societal order, but it's also critical in shaping a world that embraces fairness and justice. Just to highlight one of the UN Sustainable Development Goal, which is SDG Goal 16, it specifically focuses on promoting peace, justice, and strong institutions. So today we will learn why dispute resolution mechanisms serve as powerful instrument in achieving these objectives. So we will delve in the topic from different perspectives. First, getting to understand dispute resolution, and then talking about the challenges, the opportunities we have in this sector, and the impact that this sector has. First, and very briefly, what is dispute resolution? You know, disputes are inevitable part of our daily human interaction, business interaction. So disputes are basically inevitable. Dispute resolution it provides a structured path towards solving those disputes between parties in a fair, impartial, and constructive manner. So it is a crucial aspect, as I said in my introduction, of maintaining order in various settings, such as including the legal, the business. Okay, the legal, the business. Sorry, I got lost on my screen a bit. Just 1 minute. Okay, the primary goal of dispute resolution is to find mutually acceptable solution to those conflicts, and also avoiding prolonged legal battle or escalation that can be detrimental to the parties involved. So basically, dispute resolution ensures that justice is served. This is in a nutshell what is dispute resolution. Now, what are the methods of dispute resolution? Definitely, the first one is litigation. It's the traditional system that we have in every country. It's the court system. We're not going to talk about it today. I'm going to focus about the alternative dispute resolution methods, which are various. One of them is mediation, where you have a neutral third party, the mediator, that facilitates communication between the party. The other is arbitration, where there is an arbitrator or a panel that decide and take a binding decision, similar to a court judgment. The third one is negotiation, where party engage in direct discussion. And definitely there are other various models that I'm gonna not focus on it today, such as expert determination, early neutral evaluation, and dispute board, etc. If we take a look and compare those methods, we see, you can see here, I'm not going to read, but you can see on my screen the various and the differences between those methods, between litigation, arbitration, mediation, and negotiation. And basically, those differences are crucial and critical in solving dispute. That's why when we talk about alternative dispute resolution, we talk about a voluntary process, we talk about acceptable agreements, we talk about confidential and private process, we talk about the mediator or the parties being assigned by the parties, unlike in the court system where the judges, where the party don't have any hand in naming who is the judge. When we speak about ADR, we talk about informal, flexible process, less adversarial and non-adversarial. So basically, you have it on the screen where you see those differences in the result, in the award and decision, in the participant, in the approach and methodology. This takes us to the benefits of ADR before we delve into the challenges and the existing opportunities in this sector and why it is important. The benefits are many in resorting to alternative dispute resolution. First, it's time and cost efficiency, because ADR methods are quicker, they are more cost effective than traditional methods. People save resources and time. Usually in alternative dispute resolution, sessions can be from 1 hour to few months, while in litigation, it can go to years and years. Then the second benefit is preservation of relationship, because through ADR, we find common ground. This is how we can preserve relationship between the party, and we can foster future cooperation through the settlement agreement that is reached. As I said, also flexibility and customization, confidentiality, whatever happens in those ADR process, whether mediation, arbitration, negotiation, these are confidential and private process. They are only attended by those involved, unlike in courts and litigation, where it's a very public process and anybody can know the details and results. The fifth benefit is the empowerment and ownership. Why? Because the parties are being empowered in this process. They are the one to come up with the solution. They are the one to decide to come up to those mechanism to find the solution. So it's a voluntary process. They are empowered through it with the help of a neutral third party or a panel, or depending on the methods. And the ownership, because they own the solution at the end and the agreement they reach. Then you have definitely the reduced emotional stress. When you go through all these legal battles and dispute, there's this emotional stress that goes on with you. And so this is definitely, here you have a reduced stress. And then creativity, where innovation come into play. There's so much innovation that can be done in the ADR sector, in terms of process, in terms of solution created by the party, in terms of mechanism. So parties can be creative in finding how to resolve their conflict. This all comes to be beneficial. I'm just going to talk quickly, just to give you an example about a case study between Apple and Samsung. You know, the two tech giants. This has been a long-standing dispute between Apple and Samsung over intellectual property and patent infringement. The conflict started in 2011 when Apple filed a lawsuit against Samsung in the US, accusing the Korean company to copy the design elements of the iPhone and the iPad. This legal battle spanned across several years and in multiple jurisdictions. We have seen suits not just in the US, in various countries like Germany, Japan, Australia, UK. So basically, Apple alleged that Samsung smartphone copied or infringed on its design and utility patent. So, and the focus, the basic argument that Apple gave is that Samsung used the distinctive look and feel that Apple has in its product, included the rounded corner, the bounce back scrolling feature, and etc. So as I said, the battle was a very long battle. It started in 2011, and in different countries, many courts, some decision were with Samsung, some decision were with Apple, and both sides and both parties appealed those decisions. It wasn't until 2018 when Apple and Samsung sat together and they reached a settlement through ADR method. They used mediation and negotiation rather than going and keeping those litigation, because through litigation, they couldn't reach a solution. It lasted from 2011 to 2018, where decision of a court, appealing, then in another country, then appealing. It wasn't until 2018, as I said, that they said, through mediation and negotiation, and they reached a settlement agreement to protect their interests. And since then, the issue has been solved between Apple and Samsung. This is just to give you an example of the benefits of using ADR. Now we come to the issue of ever-changing world. We introduced dispute resolution. Now we're going to see how the world is changing to see where are we going and what are the opportunities and challenges there. Definitely, we have the technological advances that are shaping our daily life. We have borders evolving in the world. We have socio-economic landscape that is constantly in flux. And though many countries still rely on the traditional litigation through their judicial system to resolve dispute, however, we can also see a global trend toward embracing alternative dispute resolution methods. Mediation is increasingly getting recognition as a valuable tool, and we can see many jurisdictions encouraging or mandating mediation before resorting to formal litigation. International arbitration also is widely utilized in resolving cross-border commercial dispute. We can see institutions such as the International Chamber of Commerce, ZXEED, along with many others that do this. We also saw dispute resolution mechanism being utilized to address complex issues such as environmental dispute. And now we have the COP28 that is in Dubai, taking place in Dubai. And they have the Green Climate Fund to fund project for the climate change. And this Green Climate Fund has adopted an independent redress mechanism based on ADR method to solve any conflict that may arise for the project that are being funded by the countries. So you see how ADR is taking its toll on the world. And then, as we know, ADR practices vary significantly based on the culture, on the legal and regional differences. So some region may prefer certain ADR method than others, depending on their local norm and legal framework. So with the increased use of technology, we see also dispute resolution online. So the online dispute resolution taking place just as we are doing this discussion online. So we can also solve the dispute online. And actually, it has becoming more reliable nowadays because of the international cross-border dealing and globalization. Then finally, we see the legal tech sector, which has witnessed innovation and has improved the efficiency of dispute resolution. We have the AI, the blockchain, the data analytics, etc. So having discussed the ever-changing world, what are the challenges that we face? First, we have the cross-border complexity. We have different legal system around the world, different cultural norm, different enforcement mechanism. This is very challenging. Second, the technological advances poses issues such as cybersecurity, data protection, etc. Then you have the access to justice, which is still limited due to certain factors such as cost, lack of resources, geographical barriers, etc. We have an issue with the enforcement of award despite the New York Convention and other international conventions, we still have some issues with that. We have the cultural and legal diversity. So there's no one universal acceptable dispute resolution methods. We have also the resistance to change. You can see traditional legal system still resisting to this change and adoption of ADR method. We find this resistance everywhere. The ODR challenges definitely the online issues of trust, security, political influences, because diplomatic tension and geopolitical shift may impact the willingness of party to engage in ADR processes. And then the speed of change. The world is moving too fast and is constantly changing. That's why whatever mechanism need to be agile, need to adapt continuously to those changes. I'm not going to go into details. This is just a quick example of cross-border cyber dispute between the US and China. There are many allegations of cyber espionage, intellectual property, and cybersecurity concerns, just to show you how this case has been challenging to solve. The parties engaged in negotiation and they've reached an agreement in 2015 about cyber issues. But then because of these changing and evolving technology advancement, the agreement could not adapt to the evolution of the solution. So it's an ongoing process, and there are still a dispute going on nowadays on this issue. Okay, opportunities. Definitely, we have so many opportunities. Despite these challenges, lies opportunities for innovation and growth. First, we have the technology-enhanced dispute resolution. The integration of technologies such as AI, blockchain, provide opportunity for more efficient case management, data analysis, and the development of ODR. Then those ODR platforms that we talked about offer an opportunity to resolve dispute online, making the process more accessible, less costly, and convenient for party involved. Then we have the data analytics for case prediction. Those data analytics tools can be employed to predict case outcome, helping party to assess potential settlement scenarios and make more informed decision. We have specialized ADR services focusing on niche area and specialized industry. We have public-private partnership, collaboration between public and private entities in dispute resolution initiatives can create opportunity for the development of innovative and effective solution. We have opportunities for educational program and training. Increased awareness and understanding of ADR creates opportunities for the development of those programs, which in turn help equip legal professionals and the general public with the skills needed. We have the opportunity of integration of the ADR in the legal system, which can foster a more holistic and a flexible approach to dispute resolution. And finally, investment in conflict prevention. Opportunity exists in investment in conflict prevention strategy, including early intervention, dialogue facilitation, and capacity building. Finally, the impacts and why dispute resolution is important. So embracing the opportunities we have allow us to redefine and innovate the dispute resolution methods, ensuring they remain relevant and effective in the face of this ever-changing world. So the impacts of effective dispute resolution are significant and far-reaching, influencing individual businesses, communities, and even international relations. We talk about few impact, but those are the major ones. First, the social harmony. While dispute resolution fosters social harmony by providing mechanism to address conflict peacefully. Resolving dispute through dialogue and mediation, for example, provides understanding, reconciliation, and the preservation of relationship within families, communities, and broader social context. Second, in the business and commercial sector, efficient dispute resolution contribute to economic security and growth, stability and growth. So swift resolution of business dispute ensure that resources are not tied up in prolonged legal battles. Then we have the preservation of relationship we talked about. Then we have global diplomacy, resolving dispute peacefully, contribute to a stable global political landscape. For example, you can see the Iranian nuclear deal. We're not going to talk about it today, but this could be a good example of of global diplomacy: public confidence in the legal system, effective dispute resolution process, enhance public confidence in the legal system, and access to justice, because ADR method contribute to broader access to justice. Thus, you can see that the impact of ADR are multifaceted, spanning across social, economic, and diplomatic dimensions. In conclusion, the journey of dispute resolution in an ever-changing world is both a challenge and an opportunity. So it is a call for collaboration, innovation, and adaptability. Our effort in dispute resolution contribute not only to the resolution of conflict, but to the very fabric of a more peaceful, just, and interconnected world. Thank you. Please, if you have any question, I have put my contact and website. Whatever is needed, I'm ready to answer if anyone has any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your...
I did not exceeded my time, so I'm right on time, right?
You didn't. And thank you for the beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
A lot of knowledge, beautiful details. I can see that people are still here. We have one question before I hop into our next speaker. Our next speaker is of course, an interesting speaker coming from Delhi, India, a young chap who is working with law and practicing in High Court of Delhi. Before I hop into Shakshar, one quick question to you. Well, there is a myth that usually happens in the world, that when you talk about data and when you try to feed any kind of intelligence system with data, the data feeding mechanism cannot be decentralized or can be decentralized. So what's your take on this? Is it like, what do you prefer? You want data to be like accessible to the MNCs, or you want this data to be accessible to only government and then go for an encryption and then ask people to access it? What is your take? So the question was actually in French. We tried to convert that in English. So the best translation that we can do.
Okay, so, well, basically, it depends on what type of data you're talking about, whether it's personal data, so it depends on what kind of data. But just to answer generally your question, I always tend to go to a decentralized data system, especially with the technology advancement nowadays and with all the challenges that we're facing, and especially because we still are delving in this uncertainty of things around artificial intelligence, data analytics. So we're still testing and seeing. So definitely, I would say for the time being, I would opt for a decentralized system. But as things evolve and as things become clearer, as test and innovation comes and evolve also, maybe in time we could go to a centralized system. So I hope I answered you generally. Thank you.
There is a huge number of data leakage that usually happens, and it's not that it's not happening in a particular day. It's happening almost every moment. And if we are not careful enough, it is going to be really challenging. Let me share one incident that happened with us, and that's the reason we hopped into cybersecurity solution as a tech company, Pascal, before I asked Shakshar to open the mic, because he is the guy for legal perspective who can give a lot of different kind of solution and enlighten us. What happened around 15 years back? Well, we run a lot of portal for all the audience. Like, we run a lot of portal, a lot of websites for education, for companies, for incubation programs, for networking. One of our domain was computertrainingindia.com. Whenever there was a cricket match between two countries, I don't want to name them, with our country and another country, they used to hack us, and every time they used to write that, go to hell, India. So like, it was really difficult for us to manage that, because that time we were using a third-party web server. So what we had to do, we had to go for our own server, had to go for our own security mechanism. And I felt that if we are facing this every time, because we are an education platform as a Computer Training India, as a platform, there will be others, thousands of others who are facing probably the same situation. So we started giving solution on data security and encryption. From that time onwards, 15 years back, we faced that challenge. And probably that time I met a gentleman, I respect him a lot, who is Dr. Pavan Duggal. He's again coming from Delhi. And we started chatting with each other how to solve these things. They run an amazing platform. And Shakshar is the right here who is going to share his own perspective coming from a very strong legal background. Shakshar, over to you. If you are there with us, I can see you. If you can kindly unmute yourself. And rest of the speakers, please stay back. I have 2-3 more questions. I will float that after Shakshar is done. Then Abhishek, you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and greetings, everyone. First of all, I'm delighted to speak at this wonderful platform where different people from different backgrounds, but one thing is similar, that they all have the passion to share their respective expert areas. Now, coming to the legal side of technology. Well, we have 2 phases. One is the pre-COVID times. Yes, in pre-COVID times, we had things like online financial frauds, data breach attacks. That's fine. But suddenly COVID happened. Once COVID happened, 2 things were clear. One, internet is here to stay. It's a need for every single person. And 2, that whenever internet is there, cyber criminals will always be present. That was the first part. Second, coming in November 2022, that's where the game-changing thing happened, which was when OpenAI came with this mischievous technology, which I call ChatGPT. Earlier, ChatGPT was, it never created a huge buzz initially, but suddenly, within a week, we saw a massive increase in the use of ChatGPT. And why? Because at the end of the day, one thing was clear, which is that the story that artificial intelligence is going to change the world, earlier it used to sound really good. I mean, a lot of people used to say that in 2050, artificial intelligence will come and change our lives. But suddenly, we saw ChatGPT actually doing that in the real life. There were some researchers in 2017 which said that artificial intelligence has the power to supersede human intelligence, and by 2050, it will supersede human intelligence. But hold on. Again, this research happened in 2019, but now the figures changed. In 2019, they said that no, it's not 2050, it's 2040. But that's still fine. But then COVID happened. And suddenly we saw a huge increase in the tech space. And after COVID, Mr. Elon Musk says, no, please hold on. It's not 2040. It's just around the corner. It's 2035. And after that, suddenly, Sam Altman comes and says, I'm sorry to say, but OpenAI is working on a new project, which is known as super intelligence. Where OpenAI actually says that give us 3 to 4 years, and we will present to you this massive technology which has all the potential to surpass human intelligence. So 3 to 4 years means less than 2030. Now, with all these developments, this sounds quite fascinating, right? I mean, artificial intelligence is actually paving way for new innovations in different sectors altogether. You just name the sector: healthcare, banking, manufacturing, anywhere. AI or any such technology is there to stay. But on the other side, there comes the regulatory and the crime side. Unfortunately, we as human beings have never been at par with technology. Yes, with our knowledge, somewhere people who are working in the industry have been able to make up to this challenge. But yet, if I talk about the overall mass, let's say the corporate sector or any person, we have not been at par with technology, and that gap is increasing. In today's times, when technologies like artificial intelligence and things are increasing rapidly every single day and every single week, yet we are in our own complacency zone. Though a few countries have actually come forward and have taken a positive step, China has become the first country in the world to actually have an artificial intelligence law, which came in on 15th August 2023. It's a massive and a comprehensive law. When I talk about European Union, they have their own set of regulations which are based upon a risk-based approach. So what do I mean by that? Risk-based approach simply means that artificial intelligence will definitely be used in different components by different users in different companies. But the risk differs. Somewhere the risk might be minimal, somewhere the risk might be massive. And by risk, I mean risk to life or risk to your data. So the European Union is working on the risk-based approach model, where the scrutiny and the compliance will be more on those companies where AI is being used and where AI is actually taking care of either human lives or the sensitive personal data of respective human beings. For example, in the banking sector, in the defense sector, in the healthcare sector, and many more. Now, this is happening on one side. But on the other side, we have countries which have not awakened yet. And not even countries, we have individuals who are not ready to actually accept this challenge. Recently, we have this deep fake cases which are coming up, and both positive as well as negative. I mean, you have seen AI generated videos of famous celebrities from Hollywood, which seem to be quite real. If you ask a layman, they definitely seem to be perfect and real. That's on one side. That's actually fascinating for all of us. I mean, at the end of the day, if you see all the laws, all the crimes, they actually come on the grassroots level. All these new innovations where we get excited, things like deepfake, AI is creating new technology, voice cloning apps are coming up, which are getting quite prevalent, and it's easy. They are working on a subscription-based model. You have a minimal kind of a subscription and you have that app. You just need a simple sample of that respective person to actually create the whole voice model for it. But if we see the other side of the coin, there are a lot of huge ramifications which can take place. And yet, we are not ready. Are we? I'm not sure, because on our individual level, if I talk about the skill set, again, that gap has increased. And keep on, it's getting increasing because technology will not stop. It will never stop for human beings, that's for sure. And AI has created a pure example of that. I mean, it's just been a year when AI has gained the prominence, though work in artificial intelligence has been happening more than a decade. Yet, we can see how this is just, it's been a year, yet it has created a huge buzz around the corner. And the speed at which it's growing, it's massive. And no one can actually predict it. If you ask people from the technology industry, I'm sure they would have also not predicted this kind of developments taking place. And as I mentioned earlier, things like super intelligence, I mean, we have to wake up. Now coming to the other side, let's say, for example, the liability and transparency side. Now, what are these concepts all about? Liability, transparency, biasness. These sound quite ethical, but coming to the technology space, coming to things like metaverse or artificial intelligence, these things, these ethics, the concept of liability becomes extremely important. If you talk about the metaverse, yes, people might sound, it actually sounds funny. If I am, let's say today I'm using Facebook, right? So today I have, it's very easy to create a fake profile of any other person. And people do it. I mean, it's common practice these days. If we talk about the metaverse, anyone can create any profile. I mean, there are no regulatory aspects to it. What I'm trying to say again and again is technology is moving at a rapid pace, but yet we lack regulatory aspects. Fortunately, there was a declaration a couple of weeks back known as the Bletchley Declaration, which was conducted by the United Kingdom, and it was signed by countries like India, France, China, USA, and many more. That was a positive contribution. Why? Because if you have to tackle these technologies like artificial intelligence, you need global collaboration. For example, this conference, I mean, it's kind of a global collaboration only where different people are coming from different stratas and they're sharing their own respective opinions. Why a global collaboration is needed? If you ask me, yes, on one aspect, regulatory, see, you can't replace a regulatory law with respect to a nation state. For example, US should have a law with respect to technology. India should have a law. That's fine. But these technologies have no boundaries. Internet has no boundaries, right? Any online financial fraud or data breach fraud can happen in US, in China, or in India, or anywhere in the world. But again, are we ready? Do we have certain set of laws or at least some rules or regulations which can actually pave our way to have this global collaboration and at least have some sort of rules to which we can comply ourselves, irrespective of whether we are owning a company or at an individual base. Therefore, we all have to realize one thing, that global collaboration, regulatory aspects, and personal upskilling becomes extremely important. If you ask me, what can be the future regulatory aspects? Well, one thing is for sure, which is that like we have this audit system. I feel now the legal fraternity has to wake up. Earlier, we used to have amendments, but that used to take place, let's say, 3 or 4 years, once in 3 or 4 years. But now auditing is required. Technology is moving at a massive speed. You can't afford, even if you're the strongest nation in the world, you can't afford that your law can be just like that. Different things are coming up. And if you just see the trend of last 2 years, last year, meta was the huge buzzword, right? Everyone was talking about metaverse. Now suddenly artificial intelligence has come in the race and no one knows the future. Let's say in 2024, there are chances something new can come up. Every single year, new themes are coming up. But let me tell you one thing. If metaverse today, if we are talking about artificial intelligence and no one is talking about metaverse, that doesn't mean that people are not working in it. And cyber criminals are not targeting in it. In fact, they are 2 steps ahead of us. They are always ahead of us because they know that technology is not going anywhere. Everyone uses technology. It's more like a best friend to us. And yet the biggest loophole is that there are no specific rules and regulations with respect to that. Yes, the European Union, countries like European Union and some countries have taken some beautiful steps like GDPR. Now, GDPR, which was a data protection law, has become the mother legislation for the whole world to follow. That's good. But yet, if you see the trend, again, they have started some deliberations where they are saying that we need some new amendments in the GDPR as well. Why they are doing that? Because they know that a law which was made in, let's say, 2018 is not enough today. It has been more than 5 years. Therefore, quickness and thinking on the feet is required. And gone are those days when you can say that I'm not from the tech industry, so why should I care? I mean, hold on. You should care. You have to care because it's going to impact your respective personal lives as well. It's going to impact every single thing. And if you're just backing on the laws that the nation state will do something, yes, you have the right, you have certain expectations. But even if the law comes, there is this beautiful saying in our legal fraternity, which is that there's a huge difference between coming up of a law and implementing that law. That's a massive, massive difference. And implementing of the law is not just in the hands of the government. It's also the responsibility of the respective citizens as well. Therefore, I would like to conclude to just give you this food of thought. Are you ready for the future? If yes, then are you ready just for today? Or will you be ready for tomorrow as well? And if no, then you have to think twice. Because the train is running. Just like time, technology is not waiting for any single person. It will keep on growing. Crimes will keep on growing. And cyber criminals are creative enough to get some new technologies, to find some new ways to get different crimes. And at the end of the day, the brunt will be upon us to follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the beautiful input. I've got a question from the social media. Give me a moment, let me pull it up. What's your take on legalizing the crypto exchanges in India?
Well, thank you so much for the question. First of all, definitely I agree that legalization of cryptocurrency should happen. I mean, whatever the currency of anything is there without, let's say, as I gave the example of metaverse. Metaverse, it's wonderful, it's beautiful, but if you don't have regulations in it, then misuse will be bound to happen. Same goes for crypto. A lot of people earlier, initially when crypto came, yes, they were interested. A lot of people have put their money as well. But if it's not being recognized legally, then honestly, it has no value. Why no value? Because any day, any cyber criminal can just, let's say, for example, if your crypto account gets hacked or any misuse takes place, you have nowhere to go. It's your hard-earned money that you have actually put in crypto. And one fine day it goes, where to report? That's why we always say that whenever as I mentioned, that new technologies are coming, but creating legal aspects. Okay, I understand law takes a lot of time, but at least some rules, some regulations can be in place, which can be a guiding force for respective individuals and respective corporates to follow. And at least the crypto ecosystem can be relieved with this factor that at least now we are legally recognized. And therefore, if a thing like crypto, it's a form of currency, is getting legally recognized, then only users or people who have put money in crypto will get a sense of relief. Thank you.
Thank you for the lovely answer. Now, I will ask everyone else to please be with us. Time to call upon our next speaker, Abhishek, and eventually I'll be asking Stan to come after Abhishek. Stan is logging from Canada, long way from India. But yes, we'll keep ourselves within India and then moving towards another country. Just a small request to all the other speakers. This is only the speaker-only link. So like if you have any friends who really want to watch it or want to join, please share them our social media. It is there live. You can ask questions over there. We keep very concise for our speakers only link. So yeah, thank you. Over to you, Abhishek. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this wonderful and I must say great opportunity. I think I was just hearing a wonderful discussion on AI and related stuff, but my topic is a bit different. My topic is entrepreneurship and startup. Basically, I have taken and I have selected and which got approved how to fight the fear of entrepreneurship. Now, coming back to this topic, why entrepreneurship is important in today's world? Because especially in the third world countries like India or any of the third world countries, why entrepreneurship or startup is important? Because at this point of time, we require more job creators than the job seekers. This can only happen when we have the business units in place, when the business unit grows or more number of business units come forward. But what is stopping is the mindset. What is stopping is the fear embedded, because for the third world countries, business or entrepreneurship is something new. For the Western countries, it is going on since ages, probably 100 years down the line, probably. But in our country or any of the countries in Asia, or in Africa, this is something new. So this creates a sense of fear amongst the people, number one. And also, this is also stopping the new generation to take up this business. Now, this is nothing uncommon. This is something which is absolutely from Mars. It is such kind of fears are absolutely perfect and normal. Everyone wants to start their business, but very few can really make it. Have you ever thought why? The reason is the others do not dare to take the first step forward. Even if they have taken the step forward, they have come back because they have tripped and fall, probably discouraged by others. One of the major reasons for this is something which is deep inside our brain, our psychology, and of course, a lot of other circumstantial factors also come in play. So over here, we will simply analyze the fear and we will see some steps to overcome the fear. Now, let's first analyze what are the reasons for that. Over here, I have mentioned the 6 reasons. Number 1, is education system. This might sound ironical, but education system is something which can be taken as the first factor which creates fear of entrepreneurship. Now, our education system do not make a person ready for entrepreneurship. Rather, it makes a person a good employee. Now, why? In very brief, because we are not taught about two factors. Number one factor is innovation, which is not there in the today's curriculum, number one. And number two is the risk taking. Now, without these two, do you ever think someone can take up business? Answer is big no, bold and clear, no. So these are the vital aspects of entrepreneurship. And as a result, these are not there in our educational curriculum. So any profession which is based on these two factors, which acts as a pillar for business, people are hesitant taking that. So that is number one. Our curriculum has not changed in over a period of time. Probably what is there, certain things did, some additions are there, but major change in curriculum is definitely needed in order to meet the future challenges. Now, students are marked on the consumption of knowledge, how much knowledge he or she is consuming. So they are marked on that. And of course, the exams are marked and they are given, the grades given on how much they memorize and how much the memorized items they write or say. So there is no scope of innovation and there is no scope of risk taking in today's world. So that is the factor number one, which is creating the fear of entrepreneurship amongst people. Next is the uncontent society. Now, society in many parts of the world are not content. Many of the physiological needs, which can be the food, clothing, and shelter, are not met. Now, this forms the base of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So they are stressed. Economically, they are stressed and they are forced to earn using the conventional methods. Now, the biggest conventional method they can think of is getting a good job. And that's it. Such kind of situation make them devoid of innovation and risk-taking. Again, the two pillars of business. Now, launching a business in such kind of society is very, very tough. It's difficult because they have to work to make their both ends meet, right? So under such circumstances, do you expect a person to take up a risk-taking job or risk-taking assignment and do a little innovation to start a business? Answer is again, no. Such kind of societies are insecure. That's point number one. They do not have any contingency planning. Number two, they have a low risk-taking ability. Number three, lack of innovation. Number four, engrossed in getting their physiological needs met. And last, they are surrounded by many low-income groups and low-income activities. So that's the uncontent society. Third is the adverse opinion. We all will understand that the people around us shape our thinking and mindset. If we are amongst the people who can encourage us and take us to the next level, we do well, and the vice versa. So adverse opinion of the society about business is also one of the factors people are reluctant to go for this business. We have the opinion that business people are dishonest, number one, they are tax evaders, unethical, profit-minded, etc., etc. Now, they are either self-imposed or they are injected by others, but these are all half-baked truth or half, little knowledge is a dangerous thing, that sort of situation. But in reality, business units are huge taxpayer. They are employment generators. They contribute to the gross domestic product of the country and do a lot of CSR activities which benefit society in some way or other. Now, fourth factor is the fear embedded in the mind. Now, fear embedded in the mind can be inherited, number one, or it can be because of a certain situation which came up during the course of time. Now, such kind of situations are difficult to handle and the root cause is very difficult to find out. Now, subconscious plays a very important role in this thing. Now, at times, superstitions, or I at times say OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, plays an important role in that. The fifth point is the bad experience in past. Now, experience in everyone's life can be good and bad both. No one can say, I only had got a good experience. I never had a bad experience. That do not happen. Now, bad experiences, most of the time are self-acquired and or injected by others by their opinion, words, and thoughts. Now, mostly these are psychiatric in nature and can be dealt with right counseling. Point number 6 here is one-way flowing society. Now, society flows in a conventional way in single direction. Now, if society is going in one direction and if I become the black sheep and say, okay, I will not go in this direction, I'll go in some other direction. Now, what happens? People start discouraging that people, and this creates a lot of phobia. Now, let me explain this with 2 short examples. In olden days, we have heard that people think that Earth was flat, right? They didn't knew the Earth was round. So they feared that they cannot sail much so that they have a chance of trip and falling from the Earth, right? But sailors in ancient times has broken that stereotype, and they have gone ahead and find out such kind of trip and fall do not happen. So Earth was round. So that was one example. Second example, we all know, definitely Indians will know, is about Dr. Kadambini Ganguly, the first practicing lady doctor of India. She faced immense hurdle because at that time, medical or medicine was a profession of only boys or male person, not the females were not encouraged to get into that. She was the first practicing lady doctor of India. She faced immense hurdle. She was even discouraged by society, discouraged by her own classmates and so on. But she faced all this and became the first practicing lady doctor, female doctor in India. Now, next comes little analysis of the fear. The first point of analysis of the fear of entrepreneurship is the behavioral inertia. Now, what is a behavioral inertia? Behavioral inertia, just like the inertia concept of physics, is that people would like to stay in the state which he or she is. They would not like to go, anything new. People are very unwilling to go for. Now, it's difficult to handle such kind of situations because they are something which is there in their nature. Number one, this is there which is there deep inside their mindset. The problem is when inertia is fine, everyone it's a normal human behavior most of the time, but it is bad when this kind of inertia stops a person from taking some step forward or starting something new. So second point is negative self-talk. We all talk with ourselves many times a day. Now the problem comes when the self-talk becomes negative. This is a killer. This is a very, very discouraging factor. Now such kind of problem, leads to, a lot of negative behavioral aspect. Not taking business or fear of entrepreneurship or any kind of fear could be one of the outcomes of negative self-talk. So we have to be very careful what we are talking to ourselves. Number 3 is comfort zone addiction. Now, the people who do business know that comfort zone is not for them. Comfort zone, and people who are there in their comfort zone, business is not their cup of tea. Next is procrastination. This is more of a habitual thing. People who procrastinate, it is said that business is not suitable for them. And 5th is an important thing is dance of denial. Dance of denial is something we know what to do, but we will not do. Okay, it is something like a student who hates math will study every other subject rather than studying maths. So it's the dance of denial. We dance just to know. So these are certain analysis of fear. Now, let us understand how we can deal with fear. Now, fear is something which has to be dealt by oneself. You cannot say someone else will come and relieve us from fear. That doesn't happen. We have to deal ourselves. First and foremost point, that's a very important point, is armed with knowledge. Remember, knowledge is the sharpest weapon. It's the sharpest weapon, and it's a very powerful tool. There is no tool which is more sharper and powerful than the knowledge. Now, this clarifies concepts and clears the myth. Many of the myths which are not scientific, the person who has got knowledge can really clear them across.
Vivek, sorry to hop in. I will ask you to please quickly wrap up, please.
Sure. So first and foremost, as I was saying, is the knowledge. Second option is definitely mentorship. Now, Mr. Arijit will know how important mentorship is all about. Mentorship is holding someone's hand, and it helps to overcome hurdles like no other. It also leads to the networking and different connections. Third is get into incubation. Now, incubation acts as a startup ecosystem, which can lead to a complete ecosystem, a complete environment for the growth of startup. And the biggest advantage of this is people go for a ground level selection. Say these kind of incubators know what are the problems of a startup of a certain place. And the next biggest tool is planning. Planning is the blueprint of future action. Now, future action, we know without planning, nothing goes across. Now, if you fail to plan, that means you are planning to fail. So that is the importance of planning. Now, next is the important part. The last is the important part. It's called psychological price readiness. Now, we all pay a psychological price for business. The people have to be ready with the psychological price because business is a very, very lonely journey. So what you have to do, just 6 points can help you to deal with the psychological price of business. Number one is planning. As I said, it is important. Number two, you make a prototype of your business because a process ready before you start something big. Third is you have to create a mindset by conscious effort. Number four, you have to do a lifestyle modification because that's important. 5, seek mentorship. And 7 is analyzing risk. Risk analysis is important because nothing in business moves without a proper risk taking. Now, I feel with these points, you can be able to overcome the fear of entrepreneurship like any other fear. So with this, I rest my case.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, for all the inputs and insights. Yeah. So like if we talk about mentorship, if we talk about entrepreneurship, it's completely different journey altogether. In India, we hardly teach entrepreneurship properly in any kind of university, even though we have syllabus. But unfortunately, it is, sorry about this line, it's more on theory rather than practical. And that's the challenge each and every startup is facing when they join that entrepreneurship course. They are learning theoretical aspect. Very few is happening on practicalities. Rather, it is treated as a MBA program. That cannot be done as an entrepreneurship program. I completely understand your point of view. With this note, let me ask you to please stay with us. And I'll be asking Stan, if you are here with us, kindly turn on your video and microphone. You have an amazing subject and you are coming here for the second time. I always love your inputs. So please grace us with your knowledge and wisdom. Stage is yours.
Arijit, thank you. Abhishek, great talk. And I think there's a lot of importance about the fact that you just talked about the academic versus the practical aspects of entrepreneurship, how we teach theory, and it's very hard to translate that into the real world of lived experience. As an 8-time entrepreneur myself, I couldn't agree more. And the fact is, the very same thing happens in leadership. And so I'm here to talk today about what's wrong with leadership development and what we can do about it. Now, this talk I've given in an hour or more, and I know I'm going to condense that quite a bit here today. So Arijit, just let me know if I'm running short of time. The first challenge of leadership is just that. We think it's a set of principles or concepts or skills that we can identify, encapsulate, and teach, almost like in a vacuum. The hard thing about leadership is it's innate. We know it when we see it. It's kind of like a golf swing for anyone here who golfs. You could read about a golf swing all you want, about how to stand relative to the pin and relative to the ball. You could read about your backswing. You could read about the contact phase. You could read about keeping your head down and follow through. You could read about those things for hours, but reading about it is not going to improve your golf swing. And a golf swing is a good analogy for leadership because it's multifaceted and complex. And the only way to improve is just to do it. I had a mentor years ago, still a mentor, but when I was studying leadership, my graduate program in leadership at Royal Roads University, there was a professor, Dr. Marilyn Taylor, and her theory, which has now become my theory, is that leadership can't be taught as a set of academic constructs. Leadership is not principles that are supposed to be mastered before you could even get into leadership. Because the fact of the matter is, leadership is not like computer programming or even knowing the law. The fact of the matter is, we need leaders most in times of chaos, confusion, or change. In other words, we need someone who can help us wayfind when we don't know the way. So leadership is not a set of repeatable constructs that we go to a subject matter expert to find the theory and the right thing to do. We need leaders the most when we don't know what to do. That really throws a wrench in how we go about leadership development. By the way, we spend almost $400 billion a year on leadership development globally. And yet, 89% of human resource leaders that were interviewed share that they don't have the current leadership capability or the incoming leadership bench strength to achieve their goals in just the next 5 to 10 years. 400 billion on leadership development, and only 11% of human resource leaders are saying, yep, we got this. That's a problem. And the problem is not that we're not spending enough, because that is more than $50 for every living citizen on the planet. That's spending $50 for a newborn baby if you do the math globally. So when you think about spending on actual leaders, we're spending a lot on leadership development. The problem is we're teaching those dynamic skills in a static environment. I'll give you an example. I was speaking at a conference earlier this year in Edmonton, Alberta, to a group of about 130-ish human resources leaders. And I asked who in the room had not had any education on active listening. 0 hands went up. Everybody knew what active listening was. So we went through a practical exercise. The room wasn't that big, so the room was packed when there was 130 people. I got them all to pair up, and I got them all at the same time to ask each other why they got into leadership, what their purpose for being in leadership was. A personal but not too sensitive topic, something there was passion behind, but they were comfortable disclosing. But I asked all 130 people to have that conversation at the same time at full volume. And what happened was people had to be attentive to the person who was right in front of them, while at the same time trying to learn how to drown out all the noise around them. And I had people come up to me afterwards and say they learned more about active listening in 2 minutes than they learned in previous, years. And that is what we require with leadership, is we need to be able to shift how we teach these dynamic skills so that the applicability, the carryover, the functionality of these skills lands. By the way, when it comes to learning, the research shows that we forget 74% of what we learn if we don't apply it within a week. That's another reason why, even though we spend $400 billion on leadership, only 11% of organizations feel like they've got the leadership capability they need. We can't just go from the classroom to the boardroom and think that all of what we learned is coming with us. We need to break down those skills and put them into environments, the living lab, if you will, in the most dynamic environments possible, so that these skills actually become tools that we have in our leadership toolkit. The example of active listening is just one way of saying, well, how would we need this? How will I need this in a dynamic environment? And so leadership trainers, executive coaches, leadership coaches, human resources leaders, they can take the constructs they already have, but instead of sending it over email, or instead of putting it in an ebook or an online intranet, they can flip it and put it into more role-playing or skill-building environments. That is one quick fix that anybody can apply today. And of course, you want to make sure that it is applicable. But the fact is, I always try to, every time I speak, I try to actually leave the audience with something they can do different the next hour. And so that is one shift that anybody here who is in leadership or who teaches leadership can make. There's a lot more. And I left my LinkedIn connection, my LinkedIn URL in the chat. In fact, there's a book that's coming out early next year all about this research. And this research, by the way, is based on interviewing over 190 leaders in 27 countries and asking them what they weren't prepared for when it came to leadership. I'm a student of the game, even though I teach leadership, and I have been doing so for more than 20 years. I'm a student of the game. Nobody knows it all. And I love getting into environments like this to share what I've learned, to learn from all of you. I really enjoy the environment. Arijit, time check, how are we doing? Are we good? Keep going? Okay, perfect. So there's a few more things that we can do right now as opposed to just shifting from an academic to a practical standpoint of skill building. The next thing we can do is actually audit your succession planning, and that has to happen right now. Even though we are not quite there when it comes to having the leadership capability we need, a secondary problem is that we're losing the leaders we have. 10,000 baby boomers a day are reaching retirement age. And those are, the majority of, are experienced leaders. So a lot of that lived experience, a lot of the know-how, a lot of the situational leadership is retiring every single day. And if organizations have not identified who their key leaders are, what the key roles are, and who is ready to take those roles next, then we have this business succession problem where the people who are charged with leadership, they're going to move on and nobody's going to be ready to take their place. So this is a best practice that organizations should get into, not just Fortune 500 companies, even small businesses can look at who their key personnel are and who they are building for the future. Because leaders are born, yes, leaders are also made. There's a lot of people who figure, oh, I'm not a leader, who could become great leaders. You don't need to be the charismatic person at the front of the room who inspires everybody with a rah-rah speech. There's a ton of research that shows that introverts often make better leaders. So it's super important that organizations understand who they have on their team, who could be the next leader, and what their skill gaps are. If you understand what the skill gaps are, then you know if this key leader retires, the next person who has to fill their shoes, what do they need in the way of training and how soon can we get them ready? So instead of just, let's invest in more leadership development training, that's a one-size-fits-all solution. In organizations, to be truly robustly successful, we need to create one-size-fits-one solutions. What does Stan need for his development? What does Abhishek need for his development? And so on and so forth. So by auditing your succession plan and looking at your leadership and team development, as well as how you teach your leadership skills, those are a couple of fundamental things that organizations can do right now to be more prepared for current challenges and certainly more prepared for future challenges and future growth. Doesn't matter if you're a solopreneur or a small founding team. If you're doing well in business, you're going to have to shift from trying to grow the business to trying to grow your people. All entrepreneurs who grow a successful business eventually need to become people leaders. So leadership development, although this might be a highly entrepreneurial forum, is actually a challenge that affects us all. And if we're not sure how to go about leadership, a hint that's right in front of you, is leaders' role is to serve the people in the organization. If you're not sure how to go about leadership, just try to make the people on your team better. Leaders exist to empower and develop other people. And the academics, they can be overwhelming at times, but if you just go to work every day to make the people around you better, that makes you a leader. To all the leaders joining today and to everyone listening, thank you. It is always a pleasure. Arijit, thank you and the team for the opportunity. Happy to answer questions and happy to stay on afterwards.
Thank you so much, Stan. You are amazing as always. Last time we have been listening to you, you were great. And now also you nailed it. Well, please stay back with us. We have 2 questions, but for the sake of time, I will move to the next speaker, then I will pull up those questions. We have our next speaker from Greece, even though probably he is right now in Luxembourg. If you can kindly unmute yourself, Stelios, and your video, please. Super.
Hello. Thank you very much.
So the stage is yours, my friend. You are most welcome to share your screen or impromptu.
Great. 1 second to...
Please stay with us. I think he has got some issue in network. Yeah, you are connected now. Please unmute yourself. You're muted.
Yeah. Excuse me for that. I'm going to share my screen. Great. So can you see the presentation? Great. So hello, everyone. Welcome to our exploration of strategies for entrepreneurship, acquiring, growing, and exiting successfully. I'm Stelios Papapetrou, the founder and CEO of Quarify, and today we're embarking on a journey through key strategies that can elevate your business game. These strategies are not just theories, they are the result of experiences, successes, and lessons learned along the way. So buckle up for an insightful ride into the heart of entrepreneurship, where acquiring, growing, and exiting are more than just stages. They are the pillars of a thriving business. Now for introduction, as mentioned before, I'm Stelios, but let's introduce you to the rest of the team. Anna Tarasidou is the co-founder of Quarify, and together we are on a mission to empower aspiring entrepreneurs through strategic acquisitions. Our vision is to cultivate effortless exit stories through our online acquisition marketplace named Quarify and facilitate opportunities for aspiring entrepreneurs to thrive and succeed in the business world. Let's talk about the entrepreneurial landscape. The dynamic landscape of entrepreneurship, imagine it as a constantly changing terrain with new opportunities and challenges. Today, we zoom in on a unique path of how to become an entrepreneur by snagging an existing business, meaning not with a traditional way of creating and hustling to create a new business from zero. It's not just a shortcut, it's a strategic move that demands a keen understanding of the evolving landscape. This, of course, comes with some pros and some cons of how to acquire a business to become an entrepreneur. On the plus side, there are the allure of instant cash flow and established processes. And of course, you have the existing customer base that you can pivot as you like. It's like inheriting a well-tuned machine. However, the road to success isn't without its bumps. Integrating existing systems can be like solving a puzzle and there might be quirks from the past that need your attention. In this journey, you need to be thoughtful about this approach. Now, let's talk about how Quarify plays an important role in this decision. Quarify can be your go-to online acquisition marketplace. We are like Tinder for businesses, but without the romance, of course. Based in Europe, we are here to make buying businesses as exciting as it sounds. Quarify is not just a platform. It's a culmination of efforts to simplify the complex process of business acquisition. We've seen entrepreneurs thrive using our platforms, and today we'll explore how Quarify becomes the compass guiding you to the right business opportunities. In general, what is the role of online acquisition marketplaces? Why it is important to have this type of services in your hands? Imagine online acquisition marketplaces as a bustling aisles of your favorite store. Similarly, our online acquisition marketplace is a hub of business opportunities, offering you a variety of choices. These marketplaces streamline the process, making acquiring a business as simple as adding items to your cart. Whether you are a seasoned entrepreneur or a budding one, online acquisition marketplaces open doors to a plethora of possibilities, fostering a sense of community among sellers and buyers. Now, how Quarify can simplify this process? Quarify isn't just a fancy website. It's your personalized GPS for finding the right business. Our advanced search and variety of listings are like your navigational tools, ensuring you not only to find businesses, but discover opportunities that align also with your goals. We pride ourselves on secure systems, making your journey into business ownership not only efficient, but emotionally rewarding. On the other side, we can go to the approach of the seller side, how to have a successful exit strategy. Imagine you are planning a trip. You don't just pack up and go, right? The same goes for business. Planning an exit strategy from the very beginning is crucial. It's not about saying goodbye. It's about orchestrating a grand farewell that leaves you with a sense of accomplishment and a new chapter to explore. Let's continue and talk about when it's time to say goodbye to your business. Platforms like Quarify step in to make the exit seamless. We're not just saying goodbye, we're helping you to find the perfect buyer. Our platform offers a broad pool of potential buyers, transparent valuation, and anonymity, so you don't get exposed of your personal data and your company's name in the public. Closing, I would like to share with you that acquiring a business using cool online tools like Quarify, it's a good approach for a successful exit. It's like a recipe for a fulfilling business journey. As you reflect on these strategies, consider how might fit into your unique business adventure. Entrepreneurship is a dynamic ride, and with the right strategies, it becomes a thrilling and rewarding journey. Now, I would like to give you the floor and ask me any questions, or if you want to share any thoughts on this matter.
Thank you, Stelios, for your beautiful presentation regarding your company. If you can kindly turn off the screen sharing. I have got a question from Stan, if you're there. Yeah, so there is a question. How do you define solopreneurs in business?
Oh, good question. Solopreneur would be an entrepreneurial founder where they are the only participant in the business. A lot of times when we start a business, it's just us. I've been there. There's some advantages. The old cliche is true. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I can personally say, even in a coaching and consulting business, working in a team helped me reach a pretty important revenue milestone more than 4 times faster. You're still an entrepreneur if you have a team, because you can complement around your weaknesses. So as you grow, consider your gaps and think about what you might need in a co-founder or who you hire to help you grow past just yourself. But great question.
Thank you for the beautiful answer. Next question, if Sakshar is there with us. The question is coming, if somebody wants to start a legal farm business, connecting the connecting the tech world with it, what is the best way? What do you suggest? I'll redefine this question. If somebody wants to create a tech-enabled law firm, how they can start a tech-enabled law firm? Your takes on it, Shakshar, if you can hear me.
I hope I'm audible now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you can just repeat the question, please. I lost the connection.
No problem. The question is, if somebody wants to start a tech-enabled law firm, how they can do it, if there is in tech. Yeah.
Sure. So few fundamentals. Number one, when we talk about tech and law, both things have one thing in common, which is knowledge. In the legal fraternity as well as in the tech industry, things change rapidly. Obviously, with laws, if you are, if your fundamentals are clear, then that's good. But with tech, definitely knowledge is the prerequisite. I mean, new challenges and new things take place every single day these days. So you have to be up to date. That's one. Number two is, yes, there is a lot of scope, if you ask me, because cyber is the future. If it can differ based upon what areas you're targeting, but the beauty about cyber in today's times is, even if you pick a niche area, for example IoT or metaverse or AI, still the future is bright. And the third thing is, one should if one is planning to start, then definitely things like articles and sessions can definitely help, because these things actually give you a leverage of let's say marketing. I mean, if you are in the field, that's good, but people should know that you're in the field. So planning to go in different sessions, imbibing knowledge, and writing articles and publishing them in newspapers and different forums, that can pave a lot of importance in your respective journey, because as an individual, as well as for your respective firm as well, at the end of the day, if you have knowledge and people are admiring that knowledge, that okay, this guy knows his stuff and work as well, then definitely people will become your future clients in the near future.
Thanks for the beautiful answer, Shakshar. Even though we have couple of questions which is probably not for this panel, it is meant for the earlier speakers, so we will keep these questions, and of course later on we'll shoot the mail to the respective speakers. With this, I think I will be closing first day World Leaders Summit 2023. Before I close it down, let me share what all we do. So we are a business club. We have our own accelerator. We have our own incubation center. That incubation is called Entrepreneur Phase. I will take you guys a little bit of a ride. Let me do my own marketing. I mean, that's needed. Give me a moment. Here you go. So what to do? We have a multiple number of mentors in our mentors pool. This is more of like giving mentorship, giving guidance to the startups who are into the idea stage and into a little bit of revenue stage, probably not in the profit stage. So we give entrepreneurship training, we give mentoring, we handhold them, and then take them towards a higher goal. Then we have another interesting thing, which we call as our own accelerator and our fund. I will take you guys a little bit of a ride towards that. So Co-Innovate Ventures is the accelerator and the fund that we have created. We have a program called Pitch Day. If you click on here, you can directly send your pitch to us. There is a due diligence that we do, always background checking your LinkedIn, your social media activities, what you have done so far, so good. So those things we are asking as a question, and definitely your pitch deck and your business plan, if you have any, feel free to apply if you are looking for growth. We have resources like this, wherein we have startup consultancy, we have projects. For example, project means we have a lot of companies who usually send us requests regarding what they need to develop, what they need to do, irrespective of the fact that whether it is IT, tech, non-tech, it doesn't matter. We keep getting that and we put that in our resources. So any startup, any company, any growth stage company who are looking for scale up, we give them with all these kind of information so that they can apply through us, through our network. Then we have partner segment, wherein we have corporate clients, mentors, legal assistants for the startups. business support, and we have multiple number of technology partners. In technology partnership, of course, we have Virtual Infocom, which is a 25 years old company that I started long back when I was a kid in schools. Apart from that, we have approximate 21 plus technology companies and around 3 to 4 legal bodies, including a couple of CA firms who are helping those companies to scale up, structure, give the solution on legalities, of course, on finances as well. We have startup program that is there, wherein we go for our industry open innovation. We go for a lot of hackathon. We do that in a couple of universities and local colleges in each and every country. And here comes World Leader Summit as a platform. So as a country ambassador or as a state ambassador, people usually communicate with the local colleges. They conduct all those small hackathon to encourage young people to go for a higher growth. They learn, they understand these things. We do it pro bono. We don't charge anything. We just need the partnership with the local college and the universities. So in your ecosystem, as a speaker or as a listener or as a viewer, if you feel that we can help any kind of college with our 97 plus countries network with multiple different industry problems, we'll be more than happy to take it forward. Feel free to communicate with us. Feel free to connect and let us know if we can take these things forward. With this note, this is the first day. We started around 3 o'clock Indian time, and 8:30 p.m. we are closing our first day World Leader Summit 2023. This is not the end. We continue the online session till 7th, but the trick is this year we are doing it physically December 9th in Dubai. The location is SP Jain University campus, Leadership Hall, wherein we are going to get massive amount of speakers, audience, and opportunity of business networking. We are starting at 9 a.m. December 9th, 9 a.m. We are starting with breakfast and then tea and coffee. We have networking lunch, and after that, a little bit of snacks and a networking dinner. So I love numbers. Last year, if you remember, we did 10th of March in Dubai with 10 countries startups and 10 investors. The concept was 10, 10, 10. And this year, it is 9th of December, that is 9-9, which is 9th December, 9 a.m. See you in Dubai. Thank you so much for joining and sharing all those amazing inputs and all those information. Mind-blowing. The link is there in YouTube. The link is there in our Facebook and all the other social media. Thank you. My God, Kim, you have been staying with us from the beginning. Thank you so much for all the support joining from Korea. And Stan, man, you are the boss. Abhishek, Sakshar, Stelius, thank you so much. We had whole world. We traveled the 5 different continents from 3:30 till 8:30. Thank you. Sayonara.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Bye.